Добро утро вече официално на всички. Така, имаме... Да пробваме пак, да видим дали има кафето. Не знам дали видях, че може да вземете кафе, да се събудим. Да видим имаме ли някои будни. Добро утро! Добре, тук имаше 3 будни души. Да пробваме още веднъж. Добро утро на всички! Супер, идеално, здравейте, радвам се да ви видя. Аз се казвам Явор. Добре дошли днес на нашият Cybersecurity Day. Много се радвам да видя толкова много хора тук, които се вълнуват от тази доста актуална тема. И сме подготвили няколко прекрасни неща, страхотни лектори, които ще бъдат с нас днес. Като ще кажа няколко думи на английски също, тъй като имаме част от гостите, които са чужденци. Hello everyone, I will say a few words in English as well. Welcome to CyberSec Day. My name is Javor and I will be your host for today. And we have some amazing lineup of speakers, as some of you know, as you are some of the speakers here. And we have a lot of things prepared, and we will do the whole thing bilingual in Bulgarian and in English. If you are English speaker as well, if you need a translation from Bulgarian to English, you can grab a headset. There will be simultaneous translation for that as well. Така, с тази официална част, като направихме, моята основна роля днес, тъй като тук ще бъдат изключително добри експерти, които ще излязат да споделят своя опит, знания и неща, които са ни полезни на нас. Колко от вас тук са дошли, за да учат някакви новости в света на киберсигурността? Супер! Това е идеята на днешното събитие и за да може лекторите, една тайна ще ви кажа, това ще го оставя сега за малко, за да мога да ви кажа тайната, защото ми трябват и 2 ръце, докато ви я казвам. За да може лекторите да ни дадат максимално много от себе си, да се раздадат на сцената, да дадат много енергия, има значение и ние как ще ги посрещнем. Ние каква енергия ще им дадем, за да можете след това да върнат обратно към нас. И така, тъй като знам, че е рано сутринта, някой виждам, че е вече с кафенцата, така че супер за това, но все пак, за да може да се погрижим да имаме максимално много енергия днес, искам да направим нещо много простичко. За това ще ви моля всички за малко да се изправим. Супер, много ви благодаря. С някой от вас виждали ли сме се преди, така като сме станали? Идеално. Идеално. Радвам се, че толкова много хора не сме се виждали до сега. Сега, това, което ще направим е едно изключително просто упражнение за подготовка за посрещане на лекторите. Кой знае какво е бърпита? Супер, няма да правим това, не се притеснявайте. Съвсем простичко сега. Ще помоля всички да изправите дясната си ръка напред, ето по този начин. Точно така, да. Аз държа лявата ръка, огледавам, за да може да се ориентираме. Кое беше ляво, кое беше дясно. Сега вземете и другата ръка и с нея също застанете така. Сега вие не мърдете, стойте така. Телефона може малко да пречи, между другото. Може да му се случи случка така. Така. Не мърдете ръцете. Това, което ще направя аз е, моите ръце ще се движат по този начин. Сега. И всеки път, когато моите ръце се срещнат ето тук, вашите ръце трябва да се срещнат ето така. Я да видим. Добре. Така, проверяваме къде са будните. Да видим още веднъж. Супер! Благодаря ви. Заповядайте. Това беше нашата малка подготовка, така загрявка. Първо, аплодисменти един път за вас, за това, че се включите в нещо малко нетрадиционно. Идеята на това, защо го правим, е да може да се подготвим, да се раздвижим така кръвта и енергията, за да може, както казах, като изядат лекторите, да дадат своите знания, да може да ги посрещнем наистина с много енергия, така че както сме се упражнявали после, когато ги каним, ще ви моля да сме много силни и много енергични. И аз хубаво излязох, 1 секунда, че кликъра ми остана при колегата. Рисковете на живото предаване. Ако имате въпроси по графика, всички може да го видите графикът на своите баджове. Като няколко думи ще ви кажа за... Ето това тук е графика, за него няма да влизам в много подробности, защото го имате на баджовете си и предполагам, че щом като сте тук днес, сте се поинтересували за това какво ще ни споделят нашите лектори. За тях ще ви кажа индивидуално за всеки след малко, но е прекрасен прекрасен лайнъп, прекрасна група от лектори. И затова няколко думи ще кажем за организаторите, които се погрижиха да може да съберат такива прекрасни експерти на едно място. И това е Accents, като компанията е с над 17 години професионална експертиза в сферата на софтуер и цялостен мениджмънт на компютърни мрежи. Като решенията, които създава, са ефективни както за бизнеси, така и за публични институции, независимо от размера на мрежите им. Водещият продукт на компанията е награден за най-добър продукт на годината от списание IT Professional. 9 поредни години. От 2012 година до 2021 година продуктът всяка година е награждаван за най-добър продукт на годината от списанието. Продуктът се казва Envision и се грижи за нуждите на IT администраторите и експертите по сигурността, като им помага по-ефективно да менажират IT инфраструктурата и сигурността си. Особено в сферите на наблюдаване на мрежите и потребителите, инвентаризация, тази хубава дума, на хардуер и софтуер, дистанционен технически съпорт и защитаване на данните и превенция на изтичането им. Отвън има щанд на компанията, където има и много безплатни подаръци, има много награди, които има за вас. Ще може да се срещнете с хората от Accents, да си поговорите, да попълните един формуляр, който има и може да получите много различни награди. Така че да ви поканя по време на паузите, заповядайте там на щанда, за да може да се запознаете малко по-подробно с компанията. И финалното нещо, което ще споделим преди да поканим първият ни лектор е, освен хората от Accents, още някои партньори се включиха да помогнат за организацията на това събитие и това са Digitalk от Capital, European Cybersecurity Association, Българската асоциация по киберсигурност, Nikrama, comforte и CyberSecurity Talks Bulgaria. Така че аплодисмент за всички тези хора, които работиха това събитие да бъде възможно. И така, първата ни лекция за деня ще бъде на тема фишинг. Какво знаете и какво си мислите, че знаете. Лекторът ни има 15 години опит в сферата на киберсигурността. На практика цял живот се е занимавал с това, тъй като когато излезе ще видите колко млад всъщност е, от доста рано започна да се занимава с киберсигурност. Много интересно е, че 5 години прекарва като експерт, инженер по сигурността, некъде да е в една от най-големите компании в света, в Amazon. И в момента, освен позицията, която заема, влага много усилия да изгради здравословна хакерска общност в България, чрез създадената от него Българска фондация по киберсигурност. Моля аплодисменти за директора по киберсигурност в не коя да е компания, а първата българска компания оценена на 1 милиард Payhawk. Аплодисменти за Миглен Евлогиев.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I was instructed that the first session will be in English, so I'll deliver this one in English. I really appreciate you spending your time today with us, and I'm very grateful to be here with you. So I really hope that you're going to learn something out of my presentation. All right, let's get to it. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to do a deep dive into the phishing overall fraud, and I wanted to start with why does it matter? It's like why it's so important today? Why should we even talk about it? Isn't it pretty straightforward and a simple type of fraud? And then I would like to talk about what we can learn from a recent incidents that have happened in the current year and the previous years, as well as discuss some more advanced techniques that I've seen in the wild as a person who's involved in information security. Last but not least, we can talk about how we can prevent and prepare where the worst happened, because this is unfortunately inevitable in the world we're living in. All right, I think there was a good introduction, so I'll skip that one. I wanted to start with a couple of definitions, just to be on the same side, so we use the same terms. I usually do that when I talk about terms, and I am fairly well familiar that most of you probably are involved in information security, so you already know what phishing is. But by a definition by FBI or a MITRE attack framework, phishing is fraud or social engineering attack that is done via some form of an electronic communication. And based off of that, there could be a various distinguishments depending on the target or the media used to initiate the attack or the method. So if it is a very targeted campaign, it can be a spear phishing, or if it is targeted to a certain level of executives, CEOs, etc., it could be whaling. So it's a reference to the actual phishing where you are focusing on certain species. This is how it's being distinguished as a sub-technique. Or based off of whether the threat actor or the hacker is trying to present themselves as someone legitimate, like let's say service account or a support, it could be an angler phishing. This is when, let's say on Twitter, you're asking your service provider for support, and someone else pretending to be them is responding to you because they're quicker, and then you get yourself into trouble. And last but not least, could be a CEO fraud. So it could be focused either to the CTO or pretending to be CTO. And nowadays, we can see a lot of these kind of attempts. It's very easy to implement because this information is in the public domain. And based on the media or the way it's presented to the user or to the victim, it could be through a voice communication, so phishing, SMS smishing, social media, SMP, in-app. Let's say if your company is using some form of an in-app communication with users, a forum, Discord, something else, there could be phishing attempts coming through that way, and they could be called differently. But at the end of the day, it's just social engineering attempt through some form of a communication. And based off of the method used, so whether there will be a direct link, there will be some form of a multi-step procedure coming back and forth, let's say, they will reach out to your sales or support departments, and they'll try to show some interest in the services, product, or your organization, and later on they're going to present the attachment or the link. It could vary in an attempt. Or it could be an invoice or so-called very recently it's very well-known business email compromise or an invoice fraud scam. Basically sending, as instead of links, as instead of attachment, pretending to be service provider or someone else, and sending fake invoices in order to make your company pay for certain services that you haven't even used. And if you have poor controls, this will succeed. And last but not least, it's very common and it affects almost all people, not businesses. It's the emotional type of scam. So it could be a romance scam executed over social media. I bet you have heard about these, and I bet your relatives and parents have seen those as well. Or it could be based off of fear. Let's say there was a major compromise, there was some data leaked, and threat actors can use that data to pretend, let's say, hey, I actually know your password, and if you don't pay me this ransom, this is what we're going to do, and this is type of the data that we're going to send out to your friends and relatives or your colleagues. So most recently, in the last 2-3 years, there is this new technique that is being used. It's called browser in the browser. So basically using the JavaScript or CSS, basically the UI, you are presenting a pop-up that really looks like a legitimate website. So you're entering a web page where you're supposed to log in with your credentials, and you cannot distinguish the real from the phishing one simply because they're mimicking the browser interface, the title, even the HTTPS link and everything, and it looks like quite legitimate. Like a normal, non-educated user, a business user, will not be able to distinguish these. They need to consider that prior getting into that page because it's a very high chance that this will succeed. Also, there are a few modern techniques that I've seen used in the wild in the recent times. For example, an application storage. So you probably have seen lots of these websites where you can host your dynamic code, like CodePen, where you can create short snippets. These kind of websites are used quite regularly for phishing or similar scams because you can host dynamic code there that can be executed and then can send out the credentials or further data to the threat actors. Also, URL shorteners could be used for a multi-chain connection of links. So whenever you try to block certain URL or certain sender, they'll still continue affecting your users. Most oftenly, threat actors will try to register domains that are very close to companies that you know. Let's say, if you're familiar with Google, they'll try to register Google with single O or with the Cyrillic symbols. So when someone accidentally types in the incorrect domain, they can become a victim of a phishing website. Document links, or basically PDFs or other types of documents that may contain links to further phishing portals, are also quite common in modern use. And basically, it's very difficult to prevent, because your employees, your users, your colleagues, they need to access, let's say, Dropbox, Drive, SharePoint, etc. So you cannot easily block these services on an organizational level. And within them, there can be embedded links that look like someone is trying to share something with them, but at the end of the day, it's just a plain phishing portal. Also, I've seen quite browser-adaptive phishing portals. So what that means is they can detect who is looking at them, whether that would be a sandboxing or some type of software, so they can evade the detection. Or they can be identifying, let's say, okay, oh, this user is actually using their phone to access this portal, so now I'm going to present them the phishing one. This is very common for social media type of phishing attempts, because usually we use social media on our phones, and what they're trying to do is make sure that the user clicks on the link, not the social media out to remediation bots or sandboxing, so they can evade the detection of the social media, but at the end still get to the user, and the user actually entering their credentials. And last but not least, contextual knowledge can be used to really precisely build the attack specific to your users. So let's say if they're familiar with your business somehow, they can use this data. In the example that I've listed here is Twilio was recently hacked, and they were using the fact that they're using Okta and Cloudflare, so they were sending their employees SMS with links that their access is denied, and they need to re-sign in with a new URL that looks like their cloud service provider. So now that we set out some fundamental definitions, why is it so important? Obviously, it has a very, very low complexity to initiate the attack. So anyone, your average teenager, script kiddie, can initiate this kind of attack. So it's one of the most easiest type of techniques to implement, and almost all threat actors are defaulting to it because it's yet effective as well. It is focused on the weakest link, us humans. You can do so many things on a technological level to prevent and protect your organization, but at the end of the day, you will hire 10 new people starting on Monday, and they will not be probably well-trained, well-prepared to face all these very sophisticated and very well-prepared phishing attacks. It has a very high success rate. This number is derived from one of the providers, one of the most well-known providers, Know4B, for example, that runs kind of simulations, and this is the average number that organizations fall for simulation attacks. So these are things that look like phishing, but they're not. So if you get an advanced persistent threat actor, someone who is very sophisticated, very well prepared, at the end of the day, their success rate might be even higher because they're going to spend some time understanding how your organization works, copying those tools, and as we can see in the recent past, it's very, very effective. You just need one person to click, not the whole team. And it's very easy to bypass the detections. The previous examples that I gave you, they are very adaptive, so they can understand who is opening it, from where, which location, what is the device, what is the display size, and they can decide whether or not to present the further phishing portal, or they can try to pretend it's something else. And it has a huge profitability. This number is coming from the last year FBI report on phishing, and it's $1.5 billion per year business for cyber criminals. It might be even higher because there are payouts that we maybe haven't heard of. But at the end of the day, it's a very, very problematic sector and very problematic type of attack. So easiest to implement, very high profitability. This is a number, I mean, it's debatable whether or not is inaccurate. I've read a lot of researches and threat reports, but the latest one from Cisco from last year says that about 80% of all security incidents and 90% of data breaches are related to phishing. So that's why it is so important topic to me, because I try to apply the Pareto rule, 80-20, and if we have an 80% reason for most type of incidents and breaches, maybe we should spend a lot of time thinking about this problem. So, given all these facts, I hope you have understood that at the end of the day, it's not really the scammers are the problem, because inevitably we are living in such an environment that there will be bad guys everywhere, especially on the internet. But it's the complacency. It's the fact that we think, oh, yeah, this is pretty straightforward problem. It's just, you know, I can detect it. It's never going to happen to me. It's going to happen to the other people. I'm never going to fall for this. And I've seen very knowledgeable, well-known people to fall for phishing. And it's normal. It happens. That's why, at the end of the day, we have to prepare for this event. It's just inevitable. It will happen. That's why we have seatbelts. That's why when you're doing extreme sports, you have other types of preventative controls, or at least some things that will make you out alive out of the event. Now, currently, nowadays, unfortunately, data, especially about employees, is in the public domain. There are a couple of reasons for that. First is the data brokers, those people, organizations that try to scrape the internet for personal and corporate data, and they enumerate all of your endpoints and email servers, etc. And also there are a lot of darknet markets that resell data that was captured by criminal means sometimes, that they resell to data brokers, and then those data brokers resell to companies for all sorts of needs. It could be some form of analytics, sales, marketing, whatever. So at the end of the day, if you go on any of those websites, I don't want to cite them, but probably you can find them easily, and you can search your personal information, probably you can find a lot of information about yourself, like personal phone numbers, lots of sensitive information, location, company, etc., etc. Probably most of you have LinkedIn profiles, and there you have a lot of data that is available to potential data brokers, and probably within your contacts you have people that are not even real, they're just fake profiles used for data scraping. So that's why, unfortunately, nowadays, most of our data is public. Now, how it all starts. First of all, as I mentioned, this information is public, like email addresses, etc., etc. So it's not very difficult for a threat actor to go and find your corporate email. Probably is your first name dot last name at company.domain, or it could be some form of an abbreviation, but you can enumerate it quite easily. Once they find out this information, they'll initiate the attack, basically craft a message. It could be very well crafted for your organization, or it could be very generic, like, hey, this is help desk, your access is suspended, click here to change your password, or something like it. And this is going to be sent to the victim, then the victim clicks on the link or does something. It could be a link, it could be, as I mentioned, multi-stage process. We have seen very clever attacks where it's like first message and then a document contains a link to another website. So it's like so many things in between that the user forgets what they were doing. They lose this contextual awareness. If it's a link directly in the email, they're probably like, hey, oh, this is very simple, it's phishing. But when you click on a link and then you get another page that looks familiar, it's SharePoint, Dropbox, or something else, and then you get another and another and another, you forget where you started. And you're very easy to fall victim for the complacency. It's just like, oh, yeah, let me enter my credentials. Like I was in SharePoint, it looks very familiar. Once that happens, and we have seen in recent case, and this is the well-known Lockheed Martin cyber kill chain model. Once the threat actor has food in your systems by access or other means, then the follow-up post-exploitation will happen. So they will look for shared credentials, they will look for shared information where they can gather even more access, further information, etc. And if they're very well-prepared, advanced, persistent threat actor, let's say a government-backed cyber criminal agency, they'll spend a lot of time and effort to be stealthy, so you never really identify them, and they can stay as long as they could. Could be up to 90 days. And I would like to present a couple of case studies, as I mentioned, just for an example for all of us, simply because we learn from example. So let's start with the first one. This was quite recent, probably you have heard it. This year, Uber was a victim of basically a teenager, 18, 19 years old guy who was part of the Lapsus group that unfortunately, according to Uber, one of their contractors fell for it. but they had very wide access within the systems. As I mentioned earlier in the post-exploitation phase, they're not just going to get this access and stop with it and do something. They're just going to go further from a system to system, learning how your organization works so they can really get their hands everywhere. And it caused very severe damage to the company. Their stock plummeted. They were able to access cloud credentials. They were able to access their bug bounty program, basically. This is the program where they store security vulnerabilities. So they were able to get even further information about problems in Uber. It's really, really serious. There is no estimation of the damage done specifically for this one, but it will be in the tens of millions. This is super recent. It's like literally from the last 2-3 days. The UK Information Commissioner Officer have fined one company, Berkshire-based construction company, because they fell for a phishing and they exposed their own employee data. And I probably bet that most of the employees or people in your organization have access to other people's data within the same organization. So this is exactly what happened here. Somebody was able to access the internal company system that contains information about employees, extract that data, sell it off, and then the word got to the Information Commissioner Officer, and this is the fine they were fined to. It's staggering number. It's probably the first of its size, and this just to show you what kind of damage a simple link can cause to organizations. Also, I think this was 2020. It's a mistake on my end. The largest US pipeline have suffered a very serious ransomware attack. It caused 5 million of extortion and also 26 million of damage because it's a public infrastructure. So just another example of a very, very sophisticated, well-focused phishing attack. When we're speaking about organizations of this kind, the threat actors are spending tremendous time, but once again, it's the easiest type of technique. So even teenagers spending a little time on the internet, doing a little bit of research, can gain up to few millions of dollars in extortion and fraud. Of course, at the end of the day, these people are identified, they're brought to court, etc. But the damage that have been done to organization is, unfortunately, you cannot return the damage done to the public. And in 2014, one of the Sony employees was a victim of a phishing attack that have caused another 30 million in damage to the studios. So this is just to show you how big impact these kind of simple attacks can cause your organizations. And I really spend a lot of time to think about this problem because it's a really serious one. It can cause a lot of damage. All right, well, let's talk about detection, how we can identify these kind of attacks and techniques. The first thing is you need to have some form of an email scanner, something that looks through the emails of your organization, of your employees, that detects links and attachments, etc., etc. But because it's a field where the threat actor can be quite creative, they can think of various ways to initiate the attack. Let's say they're going to skip the link part, they're going to just start a very basic conversation that they're interested in certain things or pretend to be someone else, and the link injection will be a very later stage. So your email detection needs to be very sophisticated and needs to be adaptive. So you need to do some work from time to time to make it adaptive, because from time to time you're going to see patterns coming from threat actors that you can add in your detections. You need to monitor application and network activity, and I believe Access has a solution for that. It's the Envision that you can consider, or alternative. Basically, what you need to look at is unusual activity from users or unusual authentications. What I used to look is whether a user is logging in from a location where they're not usually working. Let's say they're based in Sofia, out of a sudden they're in Greece. They might be on vacation, but I need to be sure. So for a certain period of time, I'll try to confirm with the user that it's them, and if they don't comply, they don't confirm that it's them doing this activity, I'll just disable their access until we clarify this, because for me, as you can see, it's a serious problem and it needs to be dealt with precision. And that's about the authentication activity. You need to log in. Obviously, if you can, if your systems allows you, you need to consider disabling certain networks. Let's say you don't have business in Asia, just block access from Asia. If somebody's on vacation there and is working, maybe they shouldn't. If You can block access from web networks, from cloud networks. Let's say if someone is logging in from a VPN or AWS or GCP or something like it, you can block this. It's not something that users do, normal users, right? You can block Tor networks, you can block all this kind of stuff. And last but not least, you should consider about endpoint protection, because things will happen. Users will get malware through their email one way or another. It will be, as I said, multi-step process. So it should be something that scans their laptop when they receive that email with that attachment that contains something malicious and further. All right, and there are a couple of ways to mitigate or prevent this from happening. Obviously, sandboxing, basically getting that email, detonating it in a safe environment, and checking if those portals look like phishing. But because, as I mentioned, we have modern techniques like browser in the browser, contextual knowledge from the phishing portal, they will detect that they're in a sandbox environment and they'll just skip it. Or they'll detect that there is no display, there's no mobile device or something like it, and it's an unusual location for the user, and they'll say, hey, I'm not going to display the phishing portal, so this could be bypassed. So it works, but in some cases, right, if the threat actor is a bit more sophisticated, it's easily going to evade that mitigation. Access controls. Usually, you need to spend a lot of time segregating your access rights on the least privilege. The example with the UK ECSO, I think it's a good one. You don't want your organization to pay £4 million in fees. So make sure your users don't have access to everything. Limit their permissions. It's going to be a bit of uncomfortable in the beginning, but there is a reason for it. Because these things, they will happen inevitably. If you think that they haven't happened to you and your organization is in decent size, they probably did, but you never found out about them. And I like to implement zero tolerance. If we detect that someone have been compromised one way or another, phishing, some other way, everything is wiped. Their access is rotated and all their devices are wiped. Simply, remotely, simply because you cannot trust this device. You don't know what the user did. They might not even remember what they did. So just don't trust it, just wipe the device. Very uncomfortable for the user. I understand that. But, I mean, one couple of progress on few documents or emails compared to a £4 million fine, I think it's an easy decision. Awareness, basically train your employees to detect sophisticated attacks. Obviously, these most common type of techniques that are coming through email or SMS or etc., they're easy to spot on, probably even elderly people can find them. But when we're speaking about all these new type of techniques, browser in the browser, all these multi-chain events, you need to spend some time explaining your employees, explaining your user, hey, see how this works, have a look. It's a bit more complicated, and this is how you detect it. I like to give the example of a very simple situation. If you have received in any communication something that led you to an authentication portal, so email, chat, whatever, and then something is asking you to enter your credentials, probably it's a phishing. It's very highly a phishing. So close it off, log in separately. You should consider also enforcing strong authentication controls like single sign-on, if it is possible, if it is feasible. Look at all of the systems that you're using and try to consider enforcing SSO on each one of them. It's not an easy task, but it's going to save you so much trouble because you're going to have a central control of the access. You can just go disable the user and they're not going to be able to access anything when the bad stuff happens. MFA, of course, not a silver bullet, not a solution to everything, but most definitely it will save you some trouble. And last but not least, I really believe in the last one, phishing simulations. Simulate constantly, repeatedly, especially with new employees, and try to tailor these kind of simulations to your users. Let's say if they're using certain system, SharePoint, make something out of SharePoint, make a phishing portal. It's going to help you understand how these attacks are initiated, and also going to help those of your users to detect them. And once the simulation is over, show it to your users, explain it how it works, so they can learn from it, so you can bring it back to the awareness. Obviously, I use these kind of examples to explain the users how to detect and what are the signs of a phishing email, but this is the most basic and common type of phishing emails, right? This is what your average automated, opportunistic threat actor will send to every user. Maybe there will be some success rate, maybe they won't be, especially with modern detections. Highly doubt it, but there is a chance. I mean, in the past, we used to say, yeah, look for spelling errors, etc. But what if they're using Grammarly? They might be pristine and well-crafted email. So try to spend a little bit of time to bring awareness, but bring whatever you face as phishing attempts to your awareness and training program. Don't use outdated examples, because at the end of the day, this is very unlikely to your users to face. And let's say that you have detected already a phishing attempt. This is an example that we have had in our company. Someone have reached out through LinkedIn to an employee. This is very common, especially in organizations where you have some form of a bonus if you refer a colleague, especially in the IT sector. That's very common. So someone reaches out, hey, can you refer me for this position? Because I'm really interested starting in your company. So there could be like a multi-stage process, a URL shortener, a PDF that it's supposedly shared with you, a CV that is actually leading you to a phishing portal, etc. So once you identify the source, you can go back to each step of the chain and try to take it down. What you could do is take all the indicators, let's say URLs, files or hashes, etc., and try to consider how you can take them down. One way is through abuse reports. So reach out to LinkedIn, in this case, TinyURL, pCloud, etc., and tell them, hey, this is the problem, this is how it looks like, how can we actually prevent it from reoccurring? Because it's not just this link, probably this platform have been used by multiple threat actors to launch multiple accounts and multiple campaigns. Update internal controls. So go back to your email server, your networking, monitoring, application monitoring, and consider, okay, can I block these URLs? Obviously, you can't block LinkedIn, unfortunately, but you can block certain things. You can block certain URL shorteners, certain patterns or files. It is possible. File abuse reports to all these platforms. So as I mentioned, give them as much as information for them to further detect this kind of threats in the future, and file cybercrime reports. At the end of the day, we would like to take down and rehabilitate those threat actors and hopefully prevent this from happening. And last but not least, share what you have learned. So use whatever platform you prefer to share the indicators of compromise. So URLs, emails, file hashes, everywhere you can. Abuse, IP, MIS, CrowdSec. There are plenty of these kind of services that you can use, and you can tell the world, hey, this is malicious. So if at the end of the day you are using those services to feed in your detections, you will also benefit from it. And as I mentioned, to me, simulations are the most effective way of bringing awareness, but you need to spend a little bit of time to design these simulations to be super effective. And the way to do that is just copy the platforms and systems your organization uses. Let's say you have internal communication, or you use Google, GitHub, GitLab, whatever services you use. Just play with the platform, copy the invite and, I don't know, other notification emails, and present them to your users as real ones. It's super effective. You're going to be surprised how effective it is. And at the end of the day, threat actors are doing the same. Why wouldn't you? So, last but not least, I believe this is probably the most effective mitigation against phishing attempts. It's the hardware MFA. Because of the way it is implemented, there is no way to circumvent this authentication control. But it's not for the average user. That's the problem. I bet that if you go and implement that for, I don't know, your average business users, this is not going to work. They're not going to accept it. It's not user-friendly. You can try the standard MFA, but at the end of the day, what threat actors will do is they will create a portal that looks exactly like the system that you're using, and then going to accept the MFA code that you're going to send either through an SMS, TOTP, or whatever. And in the meantime, they're literally going to be watching the dashboard live and pasting the code into another login screen so they can steal your credentials. So that's why phishing is not, MFA, software-based MFA, so TOTP or other type of software-based MFA is not 100% phish resistant. Hardware is very difficult to implement. So if you have a highly privileged user, system administrators, CEOs, etc., it's a bit inconvenient, but it's worth the shot. I mean, this inconvenience versus 4 million euro in fines, I think it's worth it. And I really love Super Mario, but generally speaking, there is no silver bullet. There is no single solution. Hey, if we do this, there's no more phishing problems for us, so our organization is safe. try to combine all these methods, detections, mitigations, try to continuously bring the culture. Probably you're familiar with the business operational framework that focuses on people, processes, and technology. Obviously, there are things that you can do on technical level, that you can use services like the Envision one from Access or other ones, but you need to spend time with your users. You need to educate them. You need to give them easy way for them to report you these kind of phishing attempts and then bring something back. Learn from it, share it with your organization so everybody can bring up their level. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we here? Yes. Thank you as well, Miglen. We have a few minutes for a couple of quick questions for Miglen, and actually he's going to be part of our next discussion with some more panelists where you will have a chance to ask even more questions. So if there's anyone who would like to ask a question, we have time for 2 quick questions now, and we can then go to the panelist section. So do we have any questions for Miglen based on what he shared with us right now?
It's too early.
It's a bit early, yeah. I wanted to check just to be sure. Okay, we'll have some more time for questions later on, and he will be around. You can chat with him also in the breaks as well. So thank you for now, Miglen.
Thank you.
Can we give him one more round of applause?
Sorry.
Кой намери това, което сподели с нас Миглен, за полезно? Супер, много се радвам. Той разказа и за това как обикновеният потребител често се хваща за тези фишинг атаки и колко са задобрели. И аз наскоро тъкмо разказвах преди малко на един от лекторите, който ще излезе, как не съм супер експерт в киберсигурността, но имам някакъв опит, да кажем. Наскоро дори аз почти се бях подвел по такъв тип измамен фишинг, който беше едно към едно копирал сайт, почти едно към едно копирал сайта на аконт. Това беше нещо, което се усетих, като видях, че не е съвсем идентично с сайта на аконт. Но наистина беше впечатляващо колко са задобрели. Така че за обикновен потребител с нула мисъл по това, абсолютно съм съгласен аз с Миглен, че е изключително важно да направим средата да го предразполага към това да не попада в тези капани. Така, следващата част, с която ще продължим, ще бъде една панелна дискусия, в която ще имаме не един, а няколко експерта, които ще говорят на теми, свързани с киберсигурността, след което ще имате възможност и вие да се включите в дискусията с тях, с въпроси, които имате да зададете. Така че ще започна първо с един човек, който има над 20 години опит в киберсигурността и той също така е и доста популярен експерт в тази сфера, тъй като редовно го канят да сподели своята експертиза в телевизията. Така че моля, как се упражнявахме преди малко, моля за бурни аплодисменти за Ясен Танев! Привет!
Здравейте, не успя да се позная.
Така, следващият човек, който ще поканя, е една дама, която ще се присъедини към нас. Тя има два мандата като заместник-председател на ИСАК и в момента е главен консултант по информационна сигурност. Моля за бурни аплодисменти за Жени Бонева. Тук малко сме го блокирали. Да. Така, Жени, докато се качва, ще поканя и следващият ни лектор, който има 15 години опит в киберсигурността. Привет! Заповядайте. 15 години опит в киберсигурността и той е от хората, които преследват тези киберпрестъпници, тъй като той е в ГДБОП и е началник на отдела по киберсигурност. Моля за аплодисменти за Владимир Димитров. Заповядай. Следващият ни лектор също има много богат опит в IT сферата, 12 години, и той е създател и организатор на Cybersecurity Talks Bulgaria, което, ако случайно някой не знае, поредица от ежемесечни събития на тема информационна и киберсигурност, така че може да се свържете с него, ако имате желание да научите повече за това. Той е съосновател и заместник-председател също така на Българската асоциация на сертифицираните етични хакери. Моля за аплодисменти за Павел Георгиев. Привет! И на последно място, но не е по значение, е нашият модератор, който ще бъде на тази дискусия. Това е председателят на Българската асоциация по киберсигурност и също така член на борда на директорите на Европейската асоциация по киберсигурност. Аплодисменти за Светлин Илиев. О! Светлин, да, ми подсказва, понеже беше на предишната страница и го прескочих. И аплодисменти и за Миглен, който ще се присъедини също при нас.
Wow. So for the first time, I'm going to be in the role of the moderator. I can ask all the difficult questions. Many people asked me before. Jasen, I'm looking at you precisely. First of all, thank you all for being here. It's an honor for us to have you so we can share our ideas, our thoughts on the cybersecurity threat landscape as our panel is being named. Can we ever be safe? I'm sure that most of the people here who are in the InfoSec business already have the question to that, already have the answer to that questions. However, we will try to dissect it even further. Many thanks to the organizers of the event. It's a true pleasure to have you as partners. One more important thing for Access and Robert precisely, who is the face of the company. They also represent the Polish cybersecurity cluster, which is our, let's call it, sister organization from Poland. And the both organizations are in the initiative of cybersecurity made in Europe. It's an initiative under the umbrella of the European Organization for Cybersecurity. And I can confirm that Access already has the certification, the label of cybersecurity made in Europe. That's a different topic on cyber and digital sovereignty, which we might enter into discussions, of course, if the audience is interested. But enough from me. I'll try to give the floor to everybody. So we have excellent panel of experts here. I would have to start with Miglen. To be honest, I thought that I'm quite familiar with the phishing technique, to be honest. For me, his speech was something which I didn't believe it would happen. That actually, yeah, if you think about it, think about all the cybersecurity conferences you've been to. Everybody is sharing the different threats. They start, of course, with phishing, and everybody's just skipping that part. Okay, that's phishing. We all know what it's about. It's the Nigerian prince or the Indian lover that needs $100 or $200 pesos from Mexico to get married, etc. However, apparently things are not as simple as one might think. Miglen, you also work, and for me that's the most important regarding your value to the panel. You're also the Chief Information Security Officer for Payhawk. I'm sure everybody here knows that company, the challenges you face every day. You mentioned few mitigation techniques which for me are most important. On one side we have the awareness, which is a non-technical issue. On the other hand, you mentioned the zero trust policy, which many companies and now the cybersecurity community is looking towards. Can you share about how is the personnel of Payhawk? How are the employees? Because we all know the mitigation techniques, but theory and practice are two different things. How are they reacting? And are you implementing the zero trust policy, and how is that taken from the employees? You mentioned it's very hard.
Yes. So initially, whenever users are used to access to certain systems, there will be a bit of discomfort. But if you explain to them what the reasons are behind these decisions and what we're doing certain things, and sometimes users already know, like engineers, they already know that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for me to have access to this information. And I always go back to users because this is, at the end of the day, the most important resource to any company beyond finances, etc. Because your users are bringing you the profits and their users are really the capital. And the other thing is users are sharing their devices with various applications. Like on your phone, probably you have lots of social media apps or other apps that you may or may not know what they're actually doing in the background. And sometimes those users may even share access to corporate applications or corporate data. So at the end of the day, you would like to make sure that those users understand those principles and they implement them elsewhere, they implement them in their personal life. And it's super important because if somebody is going to be compromised through their personal social media account, it's not going to matter to ICO or European Commission or anyone else or the threat actors how they got it. You cannot go back and say, yes, but you actually used my employee's personal accounts, not the corporate account, so it doesn't count. Well, at the end of the day, it's going to be a major compromise. It's going to be a major problem. So there is a bit of discomfort, but at the end of the day, people understand and what I really enjoy is some of our employees, sometimes they reach out on a personal message and they say, hey, I've seen this on Facebook in my free time. Is this a scam? Is this a problem? Or my friend have received this kind of document or letter. What's that? Is that a scam? And I'm always open and happy to help them out to identify whether that's some form of fraud and prevent it, because it actually shows you that apart from helping our companies and organizations and etc., you're helping those people to have a protected personal life.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's coming from real life experience. What are the everyday challenges of implementing a policy which everybody is talking about? I'm not quite confident how many people are actually implementing that policy.
It's not comfortable, especially the zero tolerance. Let's say you have an executive and they, unfortunately, out of complacency, have clicked on a link and you just have to wipe their drive. It's not going to be the most pleasant feeling, but I've seen it work in large corporations like Amazon, and I believe we should learn from it, because at the end of the day, you don't know how far the threat actor have penetrated in that device and how and what they use to hide their tracks within the device. So just wipe it off. Yes, it will be a bit of discomfort, a little hard conversations, but better to have these conversations than the other ones.
Yeah, the conversations with the officials, which, I've heard they aren't very pleasant. We have members of the panels which are going to share later on that topic. You mentioned executives and you mentioned awareness, education, etc. I've been thinking, we were yesterday at my apologies, Happy Cybersecurity Month. We almost forgot that it's October, it's a cybersecurity month. I got reminded yesterday we were at an event organized by the Ministry of E-Governance, and we were attending with Jasen, where we discussed and raised a little bit it's in the way awareness, education, but it's not the typical education and awareness on employee, which probably most of us are talking about, but more or less educating the C-level management and the policymakers. How important is that? Because we all probably here had the problems of going to the CEO or to the decision maker or to the policymaker if you work in the government. My experience thus far is that not everybody is so responsive and understanding of the problems which a person responsible for the cybersecurity or the information security is facing. And Jasen, we talked a little bit yesterday. Could you share some of your thoughts which we discussed yesterday? I believe there is a microphone there. Regarding the role of education in terms of, yes, first of all, employees, the future talents, but also on the policymakers, and how important is that to have secure digitalization, a topic which I want to discuss later on.
Thanks for the question. So there are different ways of doing the teaching and training and motivation. And when we're talking about the kids, because we should start from the first grade, we should be very kind to be gentle on the education. I was also a believer that this approach is going to be effective on the business, the C-level and the government. But as it seems to be not effective, I can say that the last few years we switch from politeness to, I will say it, don't be afraid, it's a digital gorillas. So you should jump inside, you should throw the digital leaflets, you should simulate the crisis, you can show them that the bandit is in the box on their desk. And this is not possible if you're going to use the gorilla style to be alone. So this is why first we addressed the communities, and this I'm very happy to have here all of you guys, because this is a mission not for a single person, but the people from the communities are going in this direction. And when the communities are speeding up, then we are able to talk about the practical examples and principles. And this is the steps that I'm believing into it. First, the universities, and few of us have a pleasure to be teachers in academy. So we believe that we should come back from the business to universities and educate the people about the ethics of the cybersecurity industry, and that's not all about the money. Then we should have the framework which says who what do in the cybersecurity, because it's important. We have enough gurus and a magician in the GDPR, and we know it's more for money, not for resilience. And then we are also meeting to the topic where we need to stand in front of the government. The single person is not enough. So what I believe that we should do is the communities and the people into the communities stand together and say, if you want to consume governmental resource, which means being a government employee or be granted with the European or government funds, you should show minimum security compliance and should provide resilience. And I will give you a very short example. There is a fund for IT services and cybersecurity, and in this fund, the cybersecurity is not and, it's and/or. So the people are deciding to skip the or part, but what I have promised, and this is going to be a community job, so guys, know that I'm never alone. What we are going to force, and I believe you're going to see it, is that in the next funds, when there's going to be a digitalization, there are going to be a definite obligation of proved roadmap on the cybersecurity and proven resilience. So if you install the technology, but you're not proving the digital experience, you're not going to be refunded. And be gorillas, be cute, and one day they're going to recognize that the gorillas are really avengers. So thanks for the question. I'm a believer in the community of education.
I got a little bit scared when you said it's not all about money, because yesterday we got into some discussions with the academia. Many of the universities, we have representatives here of the most dedicated universities in terms of cybersecurity, and they struggle. They have their challenges in terms of finding the right people to teach, funding that people, providing adequate equipment and infrastructure to deliver the best education process they can have. And I was going to correct you, let's not go to the Ministry of Education and say money is not everything. It's not everything, but it's really important, so we can prepare the future talents of tomorrow. You mentioned something which we both work on, and Pavel as well, cybersecurity communities. That might be an abstract concept for some people. Some people are true believers, like Jasen, who is spending considerable time of his life working on that idea. From my personal experience, I can assure you that the communities works. The European Cybersecurity Organization is organization which is consisted of some of the biggest business organizations in terms of cybersecurity in Europe, public representatives in terms of cybercrime or cyber defense, depending on the country. And I can assure you from personal experience that such communities have actual impact even on European policies. And the voice could be heard even from that room to Brussels. Not every time, of course, but let's say it's possible. So coming from that, Pavel, we've been working together from some time, and actually the most recent cybersecurity talks which we organized in Plovdiv and tried to bring the community together, some experts. In your opinion, can you share your vision about the role of communities, about the role of experts, about the role of business, and how we can create added value?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I want to thank our hosts and all the partners and the possibility to be here and to talk about the communities. The communities have maybe two power points for them. First one is the people in the community are there because they want to be there. They want to change something, they want to share something, they want to know, to learn something. And the second thing is the communities have abilities to clean themselves, to reject the bad actors in the community. And this one maybe will be the biggest income from the communities. And the government and the business need to understand what is the need of the community. They need to invest some time, they need to listen to them, they need to stimulate them, they need to recognize them, and they need possibilities to do and to show what they're there, why they're there, and they need to be stimulated somehow.
I fully support you. Three of us, which I see currently work on the topic of communities. We try to bring different companies together. We try to influence policies. Something very important is the resources that are dedicated to cybersecurity. However, Jenny has worked as two mandates on the topic of creating community, actually as a vice chairman of the ECSO Sofia. It's a world-renowned organization, which I believe everybody here is familiar. However, she's now in the private sector, and that's a very interesting experience of combining, let's say, community, Brussels vision on things, and company experience. Jenny, we talked a little bit before the panel about what you see in everyday business, and you said that many companies have problems or challenges implementing cybersecurity frameworks or incident response techniques. What is your vision on that? What is your experience?
Thank you for the question. Well, I've been working for ISACA. ISACA is recognized for its framework regarding IT, COVID framework. So I've been always following best practices, framework standards, and I count on that. For me, the most important part to establish your protection is to establish your information security framework, cybersecurity framework. But how this will be done? I mean, what is the most important thing? We have a lot of best practices. We have a lot of standards that we can use. What I've seen for now is that people know about the best practices. People know about the standards and what needs to be implemented. But the challenging part is how you customize this to your organization. What needs to be considered when you take a framework and you want to apply it in your business? What is important to encounter? How you actually compare your services, how you define your risks, and how this will impact the framework that you implement. The most challenging parts I've been looking at, because I've been working also as an auditor for a couple of years, and then as a consultant. I've been working as a Chief Information Security Officer, so these are different points of view. The main challenges are in the organizational part. Like, the first thing that we need to implement are the roles and responsibilities. The roles and responsibilities are really important because they actually define who is doing what, how they are communicating with the others, because information security is not a standalone practice in the organization. It is linked mainly to support the business, but it's linked with IT. And the most important part with this link with IT is balancing. We all know why IT exists in the organization. IT exists because we want performance. And information security sometimes is against the performance. It's about security. So the main part that we need to consider is balancing the two functions because they work together. Information security is supported by the IT. This is challenging when you actually define your information security processes. Information security processes are not standalone processes. They are incorporated in other processes, mainly IT. But for example, third-party security, this is part of other process that is business-oriented. Administrative, like HR, of course, this is part of other process. So security is something important. It is all over in the organization, and the actual implementation is really important. We have to pay a lot of attention there. With regard to incident management, what we've mentioned is that I've seen that a lot of efforts are towards the managing of the incidents, like the quick reaction, timely reaction, analysis, limiting the damages, going back to normal, but something that is always, not always, but most of the time missing is so-called post-mortem review, where you actually go there, collect the information about what happened with all the involved people and make analysis on the communication, on your reactions, on the mistakes, why it happens, how we reacted to additional incidents that happened during the incident resolution, and actually what happened, what are our lessons learned. And at the end, what is important is that we not just analyze this, but then check our policies and then update the policies according to lessons learned from this incident. The organizational issues, this administrative part for all organizations, not the actual practical implementation of the information security, is also very important. This is sometimes very boring because we are talking about policies, procedures, documentation, guidelines that are written and they need to be updated all the time. We are talking about flow charts that needs to be updated, network diagrams that needs to be updated all the time. But this is really, really important for the overall information security. And something interesting that I've noticed recently is that actually the organization, especially the big organizations, they need to establish the same understanding about terms and definitions. We saw the first presentation now that we started with definition to have the same understanding about what we are talking about. In the organization, sometimes we are talking about the same thing in different ways. So interpretations should not be possible for terms in information security. We should have the same understanding about the same things, about the same processes, how we need to communicate and what needs to be done in case of incident or in case of daily jobs regarding information security. So that's why I believe that the organizational part is really, really important.
Thank you, Jenny. As usual, it's very, very interesting. I'm truly honored. It's not easy to make the topic of cybersecurity interesting and still be relevant and technical in a way. So my congratulations as well. Now, I believe, at least in my experience, the most interesting speakers on the hot chairs are usually the representatives of the government. We have Commissioner Dimitrov here. Commissioner Dimitrov, you work every day in cybercrime, an integral part of cybersecurity. You work every day with, you have the challenges, you're on the first line of defense, let's say. What is the Bulgarian cybercrime unit observing as a threat landscape, as recent developments, as recent threats? What is your experience in the recent time?
Okay, thank you for the question. I saw a few guys sleeping in the room. You guys okay? Let's spend the next 4 minutes discussing about cybercrime, because we're speaking about cybersecurity, and cybercrime is a small, very small part of the cybersecurity world. And in cybersecurity, and specifically in cybercrime, we see a huge mess. It's a mess, trust me. I'm part of the Bulgarian cybercrime unit for the last 14 years. For the last 2 years, I'm in charge of the cybercrime. We are 40 police officers from Bulgaria. We're the only national law enforcement agency dealing with cyber crimes, and we see mess. We see a huge mess. We are dealing with 15 plus different cyber and cyber-related crimes. And a lot of the guys, they will say ransomware is a huge problem. Yes, ransomware is a huge problem. We have recently, yesterday, a Bulgarian big company suffering ransomware. They lost a few, let's say, €1,000 to try to restore their business. A lot of the companies who suffer ransomware, they don't complain. They will just call us. They will say, hey, what to do with this case. We have like 40 computers or virtual servers encrypted, what to do. And then we explain, we work with that. We work with them to resolve the issue. And then at the end of the day, they are not willing to file a complaint with us, because they are not obliged to do this. We explain that they have a right to file a complaint because they are a victim of a cybercrime. But my point is that a lot of the companies or private cybersecurity companies, they will say that ransomware is a huge problem. Yes, it is. But our biggest problem in Bulgaria, and I'm pretty sure not only in Bulgaria, in Europe, is called business email compromise. Business email compromise, if you never heard of this term, please, I strongly encourage you to go and Google it. It's all about Nigerian organized criminal groups who log into the Bulgarian email accounts, and then they will trick Bulgarian companies to send money to their counterpart on a different email bank account. So every 3 days, every 2 days, every week, we have a Bulgarian company losing $50,000, $70,000, $100,000. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 times a year, we have a Bulgarian company losing like 1, 2, 3, 4 million euro, and they're falling victim of a business email compromise. We call it IBAN change in Bulgarian language. So it's all about Nigerian organized criminal groups who log into the email account of a Bulgarian company. They trick the company to send their next payment to another bank account somewhere in a different country when it's not the same country where their counterpart is. And it's all about the guys who are doing business email compromise. They need like a few weeks at least to commit the crime, this specific crime, because it takes a lot of the challenges for them. Sometimes they will go and register a typo squatting domain. They will do the email forwarding rule inside the victim company emails to commit the fraud. And then they are doing the business email compromise, but in order to launder the money, they are using the money laundering organized criminal groups. There are more than 10 big organized criminal groups. No one knows how many of them working right now on the global scale, and they're laundering money. So they launder money from cybercrime, they launder money from guns, drugs, they don't care. You just need a bank account in this specific country. You need a guy to go and to register a specific company in Indonesia with this specific name. And then you need, on behalf of this company, this guy, the money mule, to go and to open bank account in this specific bank in the same country, so they can do this for you. They're offering money mule and money laundering services. So business email compromise, ransomware, again, it's a huge problem, but business email compromise is the biggest problem for us. Then money mule networks, which are, they're laundering money almost every day. We see a lot of money mule network, money mule and money laundering activities in Bulgaria, because we will have calls from, like, let's say, French cybercrime unit, and they will say, you have a Bulgarian money mule who just received a few weeks ago €5 million from a French victim company of business email compromise. And then this is how we determine that it's not only a problem for us, but it's a problem for the whole, let's say, world. And then on top of the ransomware, business email compromise, and money mule networks, we see a lot of botnet activity. While we are speaking right now, there are hundreds and thousands of infected computers in Bulgaria. One of them, like small part of them, are part of one botnet network. The other part of the infected computers, they're part of another botnet network, because speaking about botnets is pretty much the same like speaking about cars. There are different kinds and brands of botnets, but the bot operator, the guy who infected these computers, he can extract almost everything with these computers. They can do everything with the computer without touching it physically. This is where they get all the information from the victims. This is the endpoint for the other criminals to go and extract your personal data, all your passwords. So botnet is the most dangerous cyber weapon right now in the whole world, because again, the bot masters, they don't care about each and every infected computer. They will go in a hacking forum and they will advertise their botnet. So you can go, they call it affiliates. So you can easily become an affiliate of a botnet operator. So you go and log into the botnet panel. They have a dashboard, and you can go and you click, and you can go and look at each and every infected computer to determine what to extract, to deploy ransomware, if it's a personal computer, if it's a company computer, and then from this company computer which is hacked, you can go and you can pivot within the internal network of the company. But since we don't have a lot of time, I can give a speech like 4 days about cybercrime specifically. So it's ransomware, business email compromise, money laundering, botnets, and then we have a huge problem with child porn. Again, while we are speaking, there are in Bulgaria a few hundred Bulgarian citizens downloading child porn. We have a special software provided by our friends from FBI and Europol, and we're trying to determine who is downloading child porn in Bulgaria. And then we go and open a case. We work this out with the prosecutor's office. We go in the court. We have a search warrant. We go and arrest pedophiles basically almost every week, Bulgarian citizens who just download child porn. The big problem is that a small portion of the Bulgarian guys who download child porn, they will go and open a fake Facebook or Instagram account. They will try to approach kids. They will try to speak with them a few weeks, and then they will try to ask them to send naked pictures. Next problem, intellectual property rights. We call it IPR. We have a huge problem with the physical IPR and then the virtual IPR. All of you know about our Balkan Pirate Bay style torrent trackers, and it's a huge problem because it's signed for the European and US companies, since if we are a country where the intellectual property rights is not recognized, then this is a sign for the well-known big companies to avoid Bulgaria when they do their business. So again, it's a huge world speaking about cybercrime, but we don't have time. Please feel free to hit me in the coffee break. I will be more than happy to answer all your questions. Thank you.
You're not going to get so easy. I thought about leaving the topic for the end because it's probably the most spiciest one, and I'm sure we're going to get later a lot of questions. But you mentioned botnets. To my understanding, botnets were used in the recent attacks which we had on the governmental institutions, which of course showed your point how important they are. Could you share something? What is your intake, of course, with whatever you can share with us, for this attack precisely, but in general? What are the threats to the, let's say, to the institutions, the governmental institutions in Bulgaria?
You mean DDoS attacks? It's
Yes.
a distributed denial of service attack, and it's basically not so sophisticated attack. In the recent attacks, they were using some let's say, vulnerable devices or free-to-use proxy servers, because it's, there are a lot of routers, a lot of home surveillance cameras, which are not updated. Their software is not updated, so you can not easily, I wouldn't say easily, but you can go and scan almost all of the internet part and then determine where is vulnerable device, and you can, again, not easily, but you can make it to attack. You can order this device to attack this specific website. So this is what happened in the last cyber attacks, like a few days ago in Bulgaria. Basically, they were using, again, vulnerable or free-to-use proxy servers, but it was like 12 Bulgarian government websites, and then this pro-Russian hacking group Killnet, they added later on a few websites of Bulgarian companies. The attack was partially successful because the websites, they gone offline for 1, 2, or 3 hours, but no personal data was stolen. As we all know, DDoS is all about damaging your reputation. Your website is gone, and this is a problem if it's a government website. Our colleagues from the National Investigative Service, they managed to identify some of the hackers who were behind this attack. They were determined that they're somewhere in Russia, and it's the ongoing case. And I'm hoping that maybe one day the guys who did the attack, they will be brought to justice.
Let's all hope that. You mentioned, we were discussing some very difficult topics, let's say. We were talking basically about problems. Although Jenny mentioned that the role of information security, InfoSec in general, it's to, let's say, in short, keep things smoothly running and in order for the IT to have an added value. However, jumping back to Jasen, we discussed yesterday on the round table, we both participated. Just to give you a heads up, I would like to start with education, but later on move to the Cyber Resiliency Act, which I believe it's very important legislation on European level, which could make, let's hope, Commissioner Dimitrov's life easier. But we're talking about attacks, we're talking about problems, we're talking about companies being all the time challenged, their cybersecurity challenge. We're talking about compliance. Who is actually doing that? How do we train the people? What are the best practices? What are the challenges in education? I'm asking Jasen because he's a professor currently at the Plovdiv University, in the University for Library Studies in Sofia, and he's a very passionate speaker on that topic.
I remember how we started the day with standing up and raising the hands, so I'm not going to ask you to stand up, but let me ask you a few questions, and as I'm always saying, with a doctor, with a Baptist psychiatrist and a cybersecurity expert, you should be honest. So, who of you is watching the weather forecast? Come on. Yeah? Okay, who of you is watching the cooking shows? Yeah, okay, it's not, yeah, okay. This is a things that you're doing to be aware and to be able to survive, because with no food there is no survival. And also it's kind of fun. But did you hear somebody doing a general awareness about the cybersecurity topics? What Vlad was talking, what Jenny was explaining, or Pavel and Miglen? No, there is no cybersecurity forecast or general awareness about this kind of thing. But once in a week, you will have the professor who is talking about the weather. Now we're going to look for a professor who is going to talk about the cybersecurity. So this is one of the first things. We should have it on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis. And the second thing is we are going to yoga, we are going to, I say, cooking.
I'm not going to yoga.
Yeah, okay, me too, you know, but I'm doing mountain biking, skiing and snowboarding, this kind of stuff that can kill me probably. But cybersecurity is not killing in general. But what I think is that we should have the laboratories, and this is what you're talking with Pavel. Pavel, you remember we were talking so much, preaching and explaining and the concepts, but we speak with him and I say, okay, too much talking, no, not enough acting. So what I'm thinking is that, and you're going to see it more and more, we're going to bring you to a labs, and this is a game because of the community. We're going to do it because we believe in it. So my idea is that the compliance is going to go from one of the ways, Jenny and her organization is going to push, but if there are no hands-on lab for everybody, to go, to touch, to learn, to experience, to share, to have the cyber clubs, to have the cyber talks. Without practical experience is not possible. So I'm addressing to you. Is there anyone who watched the weather forecast and the cooking show who is interested also to have the practical labs? Is there anybody who is going to participate in them? One? Come on, more I expect, yeah? So the others, if you're not participating, then you're going to join later by self-motivation.
You indoctrinate them.
Yeah, I mean, there is no other way. Digital hygiene, reality. Thanks for the question, but I really think that talking is enough. Acting is what should follow up.
Can I step in here?
Please do, sir.
I'll have point. I'm going to point to things. First, sharing. And open data. First one, no one on net. Let's say net. No. A few actors in the cybersecurity area in Bulgaria don't want to share. They want just to consume information about others, consume information about threat actors, and this will be a good starting point to speak about sharing reports about the activities, sharing knowledge, sharing bad experience and use cases. And I think the communities are the place that this sharing can be accumulated. And and these initiatives needs to be out of the government, out of the business, and out of any institution. They need to be for communities, and I think the community will come back with a solution to the other actors in the cybersecurity area.
By the way, just a reminder, the coffee is outside, if anybody needs some. Jenny, sorry, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to share something interesting. Basically, when you were talking about awareness, I was thinking, why the threat actors are so motivated and more motivated than us and more successful, actually. And I would like to share something interesting that I saw in one organization during October, during this month of cybersecurity. They actually organized an escape room, but everything was related to cybersecurity questions and clues and everything related to cybersecurity, just to bring the awareness, to raise the awareness of their employees in a funny way. I think it's a very good example, actually, how you can do that, to bring the interest back to the employees in a funny way, interesting way.
Thank you. That's sorry.
One thing that I'm also liking very much before that, when you're needing the sysadmin to help us, always you're buying him not salad, but steak and beer. Now, if somebody left his computer unlocked or if he forgets something, then he's buying the beer. So this is another funny way of putting the cybersecurity in game mode.
Yeah.
So if we can write in the takeaways from this conference is we should definitely be engaging the team building organizers to include the cybersecurity elements, so we can raise the awareness. That's, yeah, I would really approve that. On education, again, Miglen, as I said, he's running one of the, let's say, probably, I'm quite sure your team of cybersecurity experts is contested on everyday basis. Your company deals with money, with the transaction, the financial sector. It's, let's say, the most, in my personal opinion, the most heated one. How do you manage? We talked about education, but we all know there is a huge shortage of people in cybersecurity. No matter of the roles which you are talking about, whether you're going to be talking about pen testers, SOC analysis, data analysts, etc., etc. How do you deal with that problem? Because we on the side, if I can include myself, of course, as professors in the university representing academia as well, it's very important, this connection with the business. How do you deal with that challenge?
It's a very difficult problem, to be honest, but because of the shortage of talent. Currently, I'm even hiring, and it's very challenging to hire even junior. What I think it is, there is some amount of experts, but not enough juniors that are ready to start with. And I'm super happy to find someone who has the interest, not the experience, and help them out to grow professionally. And because of that shortage, at the end of the day, you still have to protect your organization, because cybersecurity is not a zero-sum game. You need to apply as many controls and trainings and anything you can and hope for the best. And the way I approach this, apart from looking for talent and expanding the security teams that I work with, is making sure, one way or another, information security is embedded into the culture of the company. Of course, there are lots of people within every company that just don't care about the topic, which is fine, it's all right. But there will be some people that are interested, and you need to spend some time identifying those people. What I've seen that it works, and I try to apply whatever I work with, and right now in the company I work for, is to try to build this kind of, you can call it whatever you want. It's a champions or an SME group or whatever. It's basically a community within the company of interests that you spend a little bit of time of talking and thinking about the actual hands-on problems they experience on a day-to-day basis. Basically, you go and translate them, the boring stuff, the compliance and regulations and everything that you need to follow as procedures, etc., and try to help them out so they can help you out with overall security of organization. And if we need to be a bit more specific and practical, right now I'm trying to build a security champions program within the development team. And the way I do that is first I approach the people that are interested in InfoSec, and then together with their involvement, we try to figure out what are the best ways to achieve and approach some problems. I have my opinion and experience on InfoSec, but they're the people who are actually building the software or the product or whatever. It could be a sales organization or any organization, and they have the context, and also they're very smart people. If they don't like the policies or procedures or technology that you use, they can find ways to circumvent, and they're very smart people. So it's better to have these kind of, people integrated within different teams that are helping you for your InfoSec goals within an organization if you are faced with talent shortage. But at the end of the day, there should be some form of an incentive, and you should always think of how can you bring back to these people something, if it could be financial or educational or other type of gain. In my situation, whenever there are people that are interested in InfoSec, I try to bring them on conferences. I try to encourage them to talk or to achieve some certification, training, or something else that can benefit their personal progression and career progression. But at the end of the day, that's not solving the problem of the shortage in the sector. And the way that this could be approached is through those communities, through those script kiddies or teenagers, hackers that are they're very, very valuable for the community. The first thing is, if you consider them from a cyber criminal perspective or angle, and if you take them out of the negative side, of the black side, and you're basically removing one problem, you're removing one threat actor that can do positive then negative things. And the other thing is, you are actually helping them grow professionally, because at the end of the day, if you can find them a job or if you can help them progress, that's very, very positive for everyone. But you need to spend some time to market this, and you need to spend some time to make sure that the community understands that this is way more valuable than actually going and, I don't know, DDoSing or defacing a website just for the sake of it. And nowadays, actually with Pavel, we're trying to help out, and not only with him, with others as well, rehabilitate well-known threat actors that have been convicted or are very problematic in the community. And it's a very difficult problem, and they realize that they have done quite wrong, and they have tampered and destroyed their potential for career, because they already have probably the most important ingrained skill. They have the ability to find loopholes, to find problems. Now they just have to turn it into positive. And really, it's a mission for me, and I hope that it's going to be fruitful and it's going to work out at the end, to really have a better and improve the overall image of actually the community of hackers and make sure it's more attractive for them to go into the positive side. So at the end of the day, Bulgaria will not only be a bit safer and better place from cybersecurity perspective, so to have a better community, but also we can market this externally. We can become the new Israel of Europe in terms of cybersecurity.
Well, that's quite a goal, become the new Israel of Europe. To my knowledge, the model there, specifically in Israel, is something which everybody talks about, but very few countries around the world have actually implemented, about making the state work with the business and make work with the academia. We've all heard about those towns and cities where you have here the governmental structure, you have the education system, and then you have the startup. And it's all work in a system with added synergies. Apparently that's the right way to go. Apparently that's the right way to go. So yeah, we should all work in that topic. But you mentioned something very interesting, which I believe Pavel, as vice chairman of the Bulgarian Association of Certified Ethical Hackers, could talk about. It's actually how do you influence those young people? Because as we know, many people in cybersecurity, especially nowadays, they start at a very young age, 14, 15, script kiddies. Could you share some experience or some techniques? How could you actually influence them to become white hat and not black hat?
Okay. Yesterday I was in school in Sofia to talk about internet safe, how to be safe in internet. And getting ready for this presentation, I realized that the internet that we know today is 21 years old. And cybersecurity topic in Bulgaria is even younger. I can say 4 or 5 years. And in this fast developing ecosystem of cybersecurity, we need to have a proactive educational approach to this area. What I mean, if we have pyramid and school, university certifications and business on the top of this pyramid, can we turn around this pyramid upside down in order to have push from the business, because we now see there is a lack of professionals and specialists for the business. Can we have push from the business, what the business needs, what kind of professionals the business needs, then to invest in this in the system, educational system, and then to close all the education process. First, need to start from the school. Then you need to continue with the behavior and master degrees in the universities. And after that, the business need to contribute in developing certification programs, and business needs to recognize these programs that the specialists, the skills that are gaining people, students in these programs are really the skills that the business needs. And if you close this circle of education, certification, and business approach, I think this will be a better approach to the cybersecurity in the country.
I would like to share something which we discussed, and it was born as an idea on the round table we attended. I don't know how many of you know that in the next few years there's going to be a digitalization course conducted on 500,000 Bulgarians. That's the idea. There's going to be a platform where 500,000 people are going to be actually educated on the digitalization, let's say. So we're working really strong on including the cybersecurity element on that platform and on that curriculum, let's say educational curriculum. I believe that's one way to go, raising awareness, general training, because, you know, from my experience, if you can mitigate the most common errors which a typical user is doing, you can mitigate 60, 70, 80% of the threats in front of that user. But on a different note, talking about shortages, and I always remember what my professor in university told me about a very interesting policy which they have in the US regarding women in cybersecurity. I asked him, why is this policy pushed so hard of women in cybersecurity? And he said, it's very tactical and very strategic thing. Women in general have different ways of seeing things, of understanding a problem, of attacking a problem. And it's a more practical way of actually outsmarting the opponent. If you think in a different way, in an unexpected way, you are smarter than your opponent. And women guarantee that. We have Jenny here. We attended and we are somehow involved in Cyber for Women Next initiative. She has previous experience and, on that topic. Could you share how we can engage more women in cybersecurity? How we can promote the idea? Is it necessary to promote the idea? What is the added value? What are your thoughts?
Well, I would say that this is a trend called more like diversity, to being inclusive and allow diversity in your organization. Because actually, if you put on the table different people with different background, with different experience, even with different nationalities and gender, they will share different ideas. And actually, this is very valuable, because if you hire people and always promote your ideas, there is no value added. That's why people are important. And if you have this diversity, you will have much more bigger diversity of ideas. That's why we think that involving women actively in this area is really important, because in Bulgaria we don't have so much problems in that area. But there is one issue that is visible, and this is not really involving women in cybersecurity area, but actually promoting idea of leadership in this area. Because this is man-dictated, I would say, for now. And due to the nature of the women and their roles in the family, they do not believe that actually they can take such important roles, because being a leader in the cybersecurity area means that you have to be available 24/7 if needed, and you have to be there, and it's like you cannot organize it better. But actually, this is possible. And these organizations that are showing this, we had this in Osaka actually, it's called She Leads Tech. It's just to demonstrate that it is possible. It is possible. It's not something that we should say that it's just occupied with men, and there are different values. But I believe that mainly we should not separate people on the gender. That's not the idea of the whole programs. The idea is that to give a chance, to give an opportunity, to motivate women to dare to go there, because it's possible. That's the idea, and they can share different point of view, they can share different ideas, and that could be valuable. Not just because of the gender, because of the knowledge, because of the experience, and because we have to have the opportunity to start equal.
I fully agree on the topic, and sorry. Yeah, Jenny is a true role model and a true inspirator on that topic. And trust me, I've seen her even in Brussels attending such events and providing valuable ideas and experience to even the experts that are working in Belgium, and her opinions are always appreciated. I would like to finish with something useful, maybe useful as an idea, maybe useful as news, information, what's going to happen in the future. My question will be towards Jasen again. I said in the beginning that I'm going to be torturing him because usually it's the other way around. We discussed yesterday, and some news came around from the Vice Minister of e-governance, that the idea about, many of you probably heard about the financing which is coming towards the SMEs. We haven't talked about SMEs, but that's an extremely important topic which actually represents 97% of the Bulgarian economy, and it's really important to protect them. But something very interesting was mentioned, because probably as Commissioner Dimitrov mentioned today, that the problem of reporting and actually raising your hand when you've been attacked. So the Vice Minister shared some information regarding their idea about mandatory reporting on the cyber incidents which the companies are going to experience, etc., which is also related to the secure digitalization. Could you share in a couple of minutes just the information, and we can then open for questions.
The people from the government are going to say that the communities are never happy for what they're getting, but this is why we are for pushing there. In the previous week, including yesterday, there were some major statements which I believe that is changing the way of government talking and speaking. So I will start with what we've been achieved to have in Plovdiv with you, is that the government is recognizing that they should give a chance for having apprenticed into the services, so they can see that the young people can come to the government, but the government is also attractive employer. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that there was an announcement for the open talks on the bug hunting program plus rewards, but we are also thinking to put gamification, so we're going to have a recognition, because we would like to know which education programs and universities are benefiting. And then it was very, very interesting that the government is getting excited from using the community resources. So when I asked the Ministry of Innovation, when you're going to stop to give money without guarantee they're going to be spent on cybersecurity, 30% of them as a minimum, then from the Ministry of Electronic Governance, they mentioned in the contracts, because you'll be not able to put it into the requirements, but into the contracts, there's going to be a written clause that if you get the money on this ITC and cybersecurity, that you should going to be obligated, mandatory, if there are cybersecurity incidents, to report them to the CERT. So this is the first step that you say, if you want to get money for ICT, then you should be committed to report. And as I say, I'm not happy when I see the starting, I want to go forward. I wrote yesterday a mail to Vice Deputy Minister Kirillov, and I say to him, it's good to file the incidents, but I also want to see a major incidents which are identified on the moment of initiation, because you say, I like it very much, the post-mortem act. So it's not enough to report when you're dead. It's good to, you have to use the precautions and update and aware when you notice the signs. So this is multiple stuff which were never mentioned before. So this is how the things work. Stoke, push, expose.
It's our job. That's why.
And stand together.
And stand together. I think that's a good final sentence for the panel. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the audience for being patient. I hope you learned something new. I hope it was interesting to you. We now have a Q&A session, so if some of you have questions, the
I will
panelists...
come over with the mic to
Okay,
whoever has
Yavor is already...
questions.
Just if you can say your name, where you're from, towards whom is the question. And
Thank you.
question.
My name is Kostadin. I'm a penetration tester and ethical hacker at Digital and at Bullhack Academy. So, real quick, as far as my knowledge goes, 40% of people in STEM in Bulgaria are women. That said, perhaps instead of taking an example from Western partners, our women experts should be given as an example to them, or in other words, to be leaders and not followers. I want to ask a question to the public first, and please raise hands if you have any idea if your organizations train people at for example, at front desks against the threat of social engineering. For example, people trying to infiltrate your physical environment.
Social engineering is a topic which we haven't discussed, but...
4 or 5. All right, 5. That's actually... Yeah, that's fine. So from personal experience, I see big organizations zooming into the dangers of online phishing attacks, but that often leads to neglecting physical social engineering infiltration. So perhaps my question is towards Miglen, as he has astounding background in that sphere. So may you elaborate a little bit about how companies should educate their staff against the dangers of social engineers at the people on the front lines in the physical space, for example, front desk? And how do you at PayHawk train your employees? Would you provide some examples?
Partially it's confidential, but I'll try to elaborate. Obviously, external pen testing is extremely vital for that. It's inevitable. That's the starting point for sure. But if you'd like to do something internally, you should consider all the angles. So first, sit down and identify what kind of communicational inputs your organization has. So as you mentioned, phone calls, it could be chats, it could be inbound communication, social media, etc., etc. And from time to time, if you have the time and luxury, consider pretending to be someone else. I mean, for me, that's the sweetest part of my job, to sit down and try to hack my employees. Unfortunately, yeah, it's fun. Unfortunately, as the time goes by, I don't have that much free time to do that part of the job because there are other things that we need to focus on. But if you don't have the time, obviously, hire someone skilled. And when you identify, let's say, the public spaces that they're using, as you mentioned, calls, other inputs of communication, because at the end of the day, all of these could be an entry point for an attack. So throw around some spare USBs and see if, you know, someone will fall victim for it. Call your employees with a voice modulator, try to pretend you're someone else, and try to see if you can gain some flags. It's a lot of fun if you have the time and if you have the experience or whatever. Or obviously, we have an expert here called Digital, and they can join in and help with that part.
Just on a different note, that's why most of the people outside of cybersecurity don't understand the cybersecurity community, because they think that's fun, trying to trick your employees, leaving USB flashes, etc.
I would like to add something. I was thinking about the big fun with trying to do that in the organization, but my recommendation is to sign so-called out of jail letter first, which is like approval from the top management and the management involved about all the activities that will happen, and that this is not considered an attack, and this is planned, and everything what you're doing is totally legal.
I like the topic also very much. And Kevin Mitnick is always jumping in my mind. I remember the early YouTube movies when he was talking about the pizza guy and the experience how he's penetrating the Norwegian banks and also the Nigerian banks, you know, because it's different if they catch you in Norway or in Nigeria doing these kind of stuff. And he says the document always in the pocket and on a place that can be found without moving your hands. But again, sharing is important, because we need to talk about this kind of stuff. Probably once per year, they also should run a series of the Mr. Robot in the prime time because it looks funny, but it's kind of reality. So we need to be practical, and this kind of scenario stories, games, topics should be executed. And I also like the idea of the escape rooms. Yeah. So we need to make cybersecurity for the masses. And it was very difficult when I was trying to explain what means the leak of data from the National Revenue Agency in a single sentence. So for me, what it comes to my mind was the digital Chernobyl, because it leaks one, but it stays out for ages. So this kind of link between what you would like to achieve and mass awareness with the general wording and games should become a part of our scenarios. So very good topic. I noticed you guys, the two of you, when you entered, especially the one with the glasses, but the dark Poe is also kept keeping my eyes. So you're in the spot. Yeah.
Thank you.
Over there in the back.
Cybersecurity for the masses. When you said that expression, I always thought about. A few years ago, I was telling to some of my friends in cybersecurity that it would be impossible to buy in a couple of years, in 4 or 5 years, it would be impossible to buy not a connected device to your network in terms of whether it's going to be a heater, a dishwasher, a dryer, etc., which furthermore connects to what Commissioner Dimitrov said about the botnets, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, if I can add something regarding the connected device. Cyber Resilient Act is coming in 2 to 5 years. So I'm expecting a funny and interesting time to see how the mind of the producer is going to be changed and the users.
Jasen, could you share with the audience what is the Cyber Resilience Act? Probably some of them don't know.
Who knows about the Cyber Resilient? Okay, quite enough. But what is the idea? Now everybody can sell devices the way that he sees them. And first we started with the GDPR, which was protecting the public data. But then it seems that this kind of chaos on producing the devices with no compliance to nothing is very crucial for the security. As you hear what Vlado was telling, cameras, fridge, ovens, and everything which is connected is behaving as it wants. So Europe says, okay, everything which is directly or indirectly connected to other device or network should follow the standards which the Europe is going to present. And it means if you want to sell a smart device, you should be compliant. Because in this way, you're reducing the landscape of cybersecurity, and you're also reducing the threat. I'm a big fan of removing the physical devices as we know them. So this is one of my other causes. And in the 2 years, the classical cash registers are going to be dead because they're not covering the Cybersecurity and Resilience Act. So this is another reason that I'm very happy. Not only my daughter's smartwatch and my father's smart heart monitoring equipment, but also the physical device and cash registers should be compliant.
We have some questions over here from the back.
Hello. First, sorry for English-speaking people in this room, but be so easier to explain in Bulgarian. Колко хора тук в залата смятат, че държавните институции, сигурността им е на много ниско ниво? Моля да вдигнат ръка. Така, в такъв случай явно има мнозинство, надявам се. Предполагам, че както всички тук знаят, има едни и същи стандарти по сигурност, както за компаниите, така и за държавните институции. Спазват ли се тези правила за сигурност от държавните институции, както това го правят компаниите?
I will translate really briefly for the English speakers as well. The question was, to what people raised their hands was how many of you think that the Bulgarian government agencies are not well protected against attacks? And people raised hands that they think they do. And the question was, if there are rules for companies and government agencies to follow, are they being followed by the government agencies in the same way that they are being followed by the companies? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Никой искаше да отговори или зададе въпрос?
Towards whom към кого е въпрос?
He has a question, but
Okay.
he'll have a chance. We have one more question before that.
I'm not from the government, but I'm heavily monitoring the topic that you are discussing. So, on top of the requirements for the business, when we are excluding the payment industry because they're very well organized and there are heavy standards, then if we are having the ISO topic, it's also, let's say, context of personal decision, but there are three important things. This is the Network Information Security Directive from the European Union, which now the version 2 is fixing the bugs in version 1, which are transponent into the cybersecurity law, and then the cybersecurity law is supported by the regulation of minimum requirements for network and information security. So the truth is that there is a small gap which is saying there should be made a risk analysis and the measures should be compliant to the risk analysis. And the risk analysis should be made by the responsible person. But there is no referral framework how you should do the risk analysis. So it means that if you're not seeing the risk, you can do nothing. And in this way, when you're hanging into the reality for the risk management, when there is no referral points, it's depends to you. So my answer is the framework is moving in positive direction. The bugs should be fixed, the audit should be done, and the penalties should be applied. And the things are changing, and there were people in the room that I know that were in the private sector and now they're working for the government, and I know what is their motivation. So the communities should push, the government must change. And if they're not changing, there should be penalties, cash penalties to the government people who are not doing their job responsibly.
If I can add something, just on a more concept note, I'm not going to discuss any technicalities, whether it's going to be risk assessment, risk analysis, etc. Very, very good people are working for the government infrastructure to be secure. Not now, but for the past probably 40 years, etc. Now, it's a different question whether those people have the freedom to work. And that's more on political level and on the support and on the resources they have. So my urge is not to, let's say, put blame or act as a victim on one side, but request more. If we have more events like this, if we raise the topic of cybersecurity, it's going to be important for the policymakers and the decision makers. And then those people are going to have their hands untied and they can actually do their work. Sorry, Associate Professor Stoyanov.
There was one question over there and one question over here. Do you have one more question? Or?
Да приключа само. Когато има протести, превенцията каква е? Има много полицаи по улиците, това го виждаме по телевизията, социалните медии и така нататък. Но когато става на въпрос, както казах, за държавни институции, превенцията е на ниско ниво. То дори я няма в повечето случаи. Пример за това дори може да е, както последната атака с падналите държавни сайтове, ниско ниво на сигурност на сървъри, мрежова сигурност, така нататък. Дори най-простия пример, не знам, някои от вас може би го помнят, лятото ученик, който е приключил матурите, има тройка на държавния изпит и се променя в сайта на МОН оценката от тройка на шестица. Как това е допустимо да се направи.
Извинявай, че те прекъсвам, просто вчера дискутирахме с доцент Джеков, че това е възможен на изпит по дисциплината киберсигурност в Унибит, така че...
Може има тройка по български, но ще са по киберсигурност.
Благодаря.
Okay.
Can I add something to your previous question about the government and the state institutions? I don't want to be an advocate for them, but let's imagine most of the people here are coming from private sector. Let's imagine that you're entering in a company with an idea to do cybersecurity, and this company, how many employees have? 2,000, 5, 10? Now imagine that in the government you have, correct me if I'm right, but if I'm wrong, but 100 to 400,000 people there, and different mindset, different management set, and you need to fight with all of this. Imagine that you in the private sector you have multiplied and more complex challenge in the government. That's my opinion.
Okay. We have one more question over here from the back.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. Nick Serrano from United Lex Corporation, serving as cybersecurity and privacy lawyer.
Sorry, could you...
Can hold it a little bit closer to your...
Do you hear me well now?
Yes, loud and clear now.
Somewhat better. Okay, thank you. Nicholas Serrano, privacy and cybersecurity lawyer for United Lex Corporation. My question is more related to, first of all, thank you very much for touching upon very important topics like sharing is caring in cybersecurity. Also, a lot was talk about education and stuff, but basically, when we talk about governance and government as well, it's eminently really important topic to really touch upon private-public partnership and the activities there. So we have the law, we have commissioners of all kinds, data protection, information security, and etc. But can we really tell that we are at the maturity level that we can start focus more on public-private partnership and activities not only in sharing whenever post-mortem sharing, but having more proactive activities governed by the state in which we can involve more of more stakeholders like the academia, like the SMEs, not only SMEs as well, but the government as well.
If I can answer that question, because I believe I have some experience and knowledge on the topic. First of all, I don't believe we need to be mature enough to engage in public-private partnership. That's an axiom. In the US cybersecurity strategy that's written in the 2001, I believe, somewhere like that. So that's a basic concept which should be enforced, and it's a must. Recently, President Biden actually discussing some cyber attacks on the US soil actually engaged on the topic, and also confirmed that's the only way to go. On European level, ECSO, the European Cybersecurity Organization, is the private partner of the European Commission, and as I said in the beginning, companies, organizations, NGOs, associations, etc., could have their voice on European level. And believe it or not, they're actually sometimes listening. For example, there is input on the Cyber Resiliency Act, on the Digital Europe program, and many others which are actually important topics. What is going to happen here? I'm going to finish with the institutional stuff and probably try to answer your question directly. Bulgarian government, especially the governance ministry, should create a coordination center on national level, which we're working with them, the Bulgarian Cybersecurity Association, as representing individual businesses in the cybersecurity sphere and consumers. Our idea is to this coordination center to be very active and to create actually that platform and that atmosphere and trust In general, if we leave all the technicalities aside, cybersecurity sharing, it's all about trust. Who do you trust? And you need to know the people. You need to have engaged with them on several occasions. That's on the institutional level. Now on the sharing on the community level, if I'm understanding correctly, it's more about culture. It's more about culture of the professionals, of the different representatives of the community, of willingness, and of course, to a certain extent, the willingness of the state to engage in such cooperation. However, we have some good examples from the US, from Japan, South Korea, etc., in which that could be done. There are ways to do it. There are very innovative ideas, let's say. For example, we discussed that with Pavel and previously about cybersecurity reserve of a professional working in a private sector, etc. Those are ideas which are not only Bulgaria in the world, but we're going to come there, I believe. I hope that answered the question.
Let me point one more idea. Is it possible, maybe a question to the audience, is it possible to develop a cyber army defense of volunteers, members of the communities? Because if you're a member of community, that means you change your mindset and you're looking in the bright direction. What do you think, people?
May I try to answer the question, because
yes,
there is several
yes.
military professionals here.
I'm going to pass you the ball. Just give me a second. If we're not going to be guerrillas, but you're going to be an army, then we need a backbone. So I'm transferring to the backbone.
We see that the community, I mean the people, regular people, can stop even the bad guys on the front.
Associate Professor Stoyanov.
Thank you very much. I'm Nikolai Stoyanov, Colonel from Bulgarian Armed Forces and Deputy Director of Bulgarian Defense Institute. I will just try to answer to your question, and after that I will put my comment. Before that I would like to. So this idea for the army or for the reserve or whatever is old more than 10 years. We tried and we didn't succeed. Officially, there is an act, official legislation that we can do this. There is several issues. And the several issues is that, first of all, legislation is not perfect. Normal, probably you know. The secondly, that if you want to be the part of the army reserve, you need to be a full soldier, which means that we are looking for the soldiers that can run 100 meters or 10 kilometers for a certain amount of time to do some push-ups and everything like this. Do we need such kind of the cyber experts? Probably yes. But do they are really cyber experts? Probably no. So mindset, what we are looking for can be changed according to the law, but also according to the landscape that we have in the country, and taking best examples from other countries. So we are looking in this direction to have reserve. We, as a Bulgarian Defense Institute, we already pointed, as you mentioned, a lot of people, and you are part of it. So if something happens, we are not welcome. We will be obliged to be there. So don't worry, we are looking about this. We already have a list of these together with all security services, but definitely it's not easy like this, like just to put the idea, because there is a lot of examples for good and for bad situation that this happens. Thank you for that. You raised the question, because the question coming, when it's coming from the civilian part, it's more welcome and more appreciated from our part, let's say military, because we already understand that you have the same idea, the same position, that we need it as a community and as you need experts, as a community, but as a country. So this is my comment, short comment. And now my question. And аз ще говоря на български. Защото цялата първа сесия показва нашето правилно разбиране за киберсигурността и неправилната интерпретация. Първо, не искам да обида никой в залата или по някакъв начин да го засегна. Виждате, че аз от време на време нямам проблеми с английския. Но не мога да разбера защо в зала, когато 80% са български говорящи хора, ние говорим на английски. И това показва нашето отношение към киберсигурността. Ние се опитваме да обясним на хората, както той каза, масова киберсигурност, деня на киберсигурността е за всички, се опитваме да обясним какво е това киберсигурността на език, който другите не го разбират. И ние търсим преводачи. Нека да направим така, че когато говорим с масовите граждани, SME-те и така нататък, ами да ни разбират. Това е моя съвет към нас, към вас, не към организаторите, а към това как ние трябва да говорим, какво ние трябва да представим на другите хора. Много е готино да си говорим за Black Hat, Dark Hat, не знам си какво, да си говорим за скриптове, да си говорим за пентестове и така нататък. Какво е пентест? Идете там на улицата и го питате някой какво е това пентест. Някой си мисли за химикалки ли? Ще тестваме химикалки ли? Разбирате ли? Жаргонът е хубав, професионален, когато сме в тази зала. Но когато излезем от тук, те не ни разбират.
Do we have time?
I would like to answer the question.
Okay, because I didn't hear a question, that's why.
And I'm going to speak in English because on the Balkans we are appreciating the guests, not the guests, the organizers and the way that they're structuring the event. So this is why we're doing in English, and I hope that it's going to be broadcasted abroad and it's visible from internet. So this means that talking in English, it means that we're global kind of conference. So I suppose this is the reason. Talking on a local language is something that I'm really addicted to do, because if you have 1 minute and 30 seconds into the prime time in the news, you should say it on Bulgarian way to the masses. If you go talking in the morning show, you should say it like this to the masses. If you're training the kids, we are talking even more simple things like digital hygiene, which means wash your hands, never talk to stranger, look left and right where you're crossing the street. The curiosity infected the cat, and the house of sugar is not always bringing a great experience. So different audience are talking different languages and sending different messages. But what I really like, and I even felt the feedback that you gave, the army knows you, watching you, and if they need you, they're going to call you. I'm from the reserve, so do all the best so you're keeping us protected without needing us on the front. Yeah. So thanks for the topic, and also thanks for the organizers for clearly stating the rules.
We have 2 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutki.
I have something to share. I've been thinking from the beginning, when we talked about the first type of attack that is very recent nowadays, about this email and how actually they're playing with the IBAN and how they actually succeed with that. Can we recommend something to protect ourselves against this? I've been thinking for something, and I would like to share. Maybe this is the way how this should be done, but I was thinking can we add actually 2-factor authentication with the accounting department in case of a change of an IBAN, for example? Is that a real quick solution against this very, very popular attack?
I was having experience about this, so this is why, everybody can be the target of the business email compromise. So the first thing is that there is definitely policies, and what I'm always talking, we have digital signatures, so when finally we're going to sign our important documents and our important mails. If you want to build the trust, digitally sign. And when you're having digitally signed document, it's getting one step more complicated. Yeah. Nobody is saved, but when you are aware, you can probably prevent. And when you see the real topics, so this is what you should make the day of truth, when you're bringing the real people to talk about their real stories on stage. When you see somebody who was hit by ransomware or business email compromise and he spoke, trust me, the effect is, I can say, great, huge. Yeah, you're feeling the vibes of sorrow and sadness.
It's not a joke, guys. We're speaking almost every 3-4 days with Bulgarian company losing $100,000 US. And every time it's a different company, so it's not a joke, trust me. If you lose like €500,000, that will be a huge problem for you. But again, speaking about cybersecurity, there is no one pill for our problem. So it's all about, we can speak about passwords. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys, they didn't change their passwords in the last 6 months, let's say. So passwords, we need strong, unique passwords. Then we have to speak about operating systems. We see a lot of guys falling victim of any cyber or cyber-related crime. They're using old operating systems. They're using apps that they don't need. Yeah, or they're using software which is like cracked. But it's, again, not only passwords and operating system. It's all about training and resources. It's all about your staff who has to be trained and well paid. That's the key, I think, because specifically speaking about business email compromise, there is no antivirus which can save you, because it's not the computer or the software, it's the people which are attacked. And the criminals from Nigeria, they rely on many gaps. They rely that the victim will click on a phishing email, that they will be transferred to a new, fresh, temporary website where it will say session expired, login again. And then they will rely that there will be no one looking at the email forwarding rules. So again, I don't have the answer. The discussion panel topic is, can we ever be safe? No, it's a never-ending game of cat and mouse.
And
can I save just
15
2
seconds.
questions? Okay.
Because people are hungry.
Well, yeah, we are at the end of the Cybersecurity Month, 10th anniversary. At the beginning of the Cybersecurity Month, we had we've been a part of another conference that we, Jasen, agreed to have communities, inter-community joint document with activities, and I provoke you and challenge you to support these initiatives and to be part of them. Thank you.
I would like to thank the panelists first, truly amazing speakers, everybody with their specific expertise and interests. Thank you all for keeping with us hour and a half. There is coffee, there is food. Thank you again. Happy Cybersecurity Month. And
don't go out for the coffee and food yet. I have something to tell you before that. No, you can applaud them. Thank you very much, Svetlin, for helping me moderate, saving me the moderation part, actually.
True.
Before you go, I mean, you can go, you're free. But, благодаря. Преди да излезете, 3 неща, които две организационни неща ще ви кажа, един въпрос имам към вас. Първото нещо е, ако сте взели слушалки за превод, може да ги вземете с вас и да се върнете след това. Просто е важно да не забравите, когато приключи събитието, да ги върнете слушалките, моля. Второто нещо е, че освен, че тук отвън сега ще има малки хапки и неща за така брънч, както е тази модерна хубава българска дума, да хапнем. Има и в съседната зала, има още помещение, където, тъй като може да стане малко тясно, така интимно в тази част само, има още една част, в която може да си вземете. Тук отляво ще се ориентирате, като видите. И въпросът, който имам към вас. Сутринта ви питах колко от вас са дошли тук да научат нови неща за киберсигурността. Сега е друг въпросът ми. Колко от вас дойдоха тук, освен това, за да се запознаят с други хора в тази сфера, да направят нови контакти? Така, дръжте се ръцете горе. А колко от вас са седнали в момента до човек, когото познават? Това го правим абсолютно всички, съвсем нормално е, като отидем на някакво ново място. Искаме да си седнем при познатия човек и да си общуваме с него. Ние сме там на нетворкинг, обаче сме там при познатия човек да се нетворкваме с него. Нашата мрежа, да. Така, на баджовете ви, ако обърнете внимание, имате едно стикерче. Може да ги погледнете отпред, на баджовете имате едно стикерче. Някой е с количка, с животни, с всякакви различни неща. Предизвикателството, което имам за вас сега, всяко едно такова стикерче си има другарче. Още някой друг в залата е получил същото стикерче като вашето. И този някой най-вероятно не е човека, когато познавате. Така че предизвикателство, което имам за вас сега е, по време на тази почивка, която имаме сега 30 минутки, намерете си другаре или другарката, така тази хубава дума, намерете човека, който е с вас, със същия стикер като вас и се запознайте с него или с нея, разменете си контакти и дори по време на кафе паузата в момента, общувайте си малко с този човек, защото обикновено това, което правим е здравей, аз съм Явор, приятно ми, ето ми визитката, здравей, аз съм Явор, приятно ми, ето ми визитката, което създава ли някакъв контакт това наистина? Тук подсказват някой. Правилно, да, не създава контакт. Затова намерете си другарчето и ако отидете заедно двамата на щанда на Accents, ще имате и бонус изненада, така че един допълнителен стимул да направим това нещо. След половин час се връщаме тук, имаме още една сесия и след това ще имаме вече и обедна почивка. Благодаря ви на всички и успех с намирането на вашата половинка. Това прозвучава така интересно, успех с намирането на вашата половинка. Благодаря ви, че се върнахте така на време за следващата част, която предстои. Да видим, кой успя да изпълни предизвикателството и да намери половинката си, да се намери другарчето? Толкова много хора! Отвън видях някои хора, които много активно търсеха и някои, които се намериха. Може би, ето вижте, тези, които са се намерили другарчето, толкова много сте им е станал интересен контакт, че още не могат да влязат вътре. Така че да помислите за това на следващата кафе пауза, да потърсите по-проактивно да намерите вашият другар или другарка, вашето приятелче. За хората, които гледате онлайн, тук ще в залата се чу: колеги, Иван Иванов търси камбанка. Как ти звучи това? По-добре беше. Добре, че картинката не е на някое малко сладко прасенце, че тогава ще да звучи не толкова добре. Благодаря ви за това, че се върнахте и сега искам да направим едно нещенце, преди да излезе следващият лектор, за да може хората, които са отвън, да разберат, че тук става нещо супер интересно. Така че ще ви моля сега, като кажа 3, всички да започнем супер ентусиазирано да пляскаме. Ама не просто да пляскаме, а супер ентусиазирано да пляскаме, така че да се кажат хората вътре, отвън да си кажат, какво става там, явно нещо интересно се случва. Да може да им привлечем вниманието. Така ще можем ли да го направим това? Там платената публика се обажда. Добре, нека да пробваме. На 3 нещо супер интересно се случва. 1, 2, 3. Идеално, благодаря ви много. Ако това не ми привляко вниманието, не знам какво ще е. Даже тук имаше и бонус ентусиазирани викове. Супер. Следващата част, която предстои, е изключително интересна. Тук ще има презентационна част, но няма да бъде само презентация. Лекторът ни всъщност ще покаже и в реално време, като част от презентацията или в края на презентацията, ще покаже в реално време една атака. Това, за което той ще ни поговори, е контролен списък за IT сигурност с практичен подход, атака и защита от зловреден софтуер на живо. Как може да поемете контрол над защитената работна станция с Windows. И лекторът ни има повече от 12 години опит в тази индустрия и специален интерес за него също представлява как може Help Desk услугите да помогнат да се оптимизират финансите на компаниите и институциите. И накратко той няма въпрос за Access, на който той да не може да отговори. Това е старши инженерът по техническа поддръжка на Access. Моля ви за бурни аплодисменти. Отново да им привлечем вниманието на хората отвън за Марчин Матушевски.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Marcin Matuszewski. I represent Access. I work with the company for more than 9 years. And today I will explain you how cyber criminals get data in fake computers and what we can do to prevent such behavior. I also show you the example of the live attack to infect the computer and perform some commands. Have you ever wondered how cyber criminals get data? Of course, they steal them, but also they can purchase them. If you know, on the darknet, you can get everything. For example, some personal information from the users. What is the cost of the single record? It could be, for example, €2. We get the list of the offers with records of clients of one of the biggest banks in Poland. Each record was cost €2. There is only one condition: you have to purchase 20,000 of the records for the single pack. And this list contains only these accounts and persons who has at least €5,000 at savings. So, as you know, there is quite good potential to use this list to target the attack and get quite a lot of money at the one time. Another example is one of the leakage from one of the biggest stores with electronic devices in Poland. Single record costed 25 cents. This is very, very low price because you have to purchase 50,000 of the records at this at the one time. This is the order history, contact data, maybe the information about credit cards if they saved with the account. So quite useful information again to target the attack, send targeted information to get more information or infect the computers. Another example, one of the highest price for the single record, it is the 10.5 euro because it has all of the information from the ID card. So with this information, you even can get fake loan for fake data and create fake IDs, for example. But as I said, the cyber criminals can also steal data from some database, which are created ourselves. Which gives all different personal information to the companies we purchase from, we work with. For example, maybe you get the phone call about some meetup invitation, free consultation to get the solar panels discounts, and so on. But before meeting, I get such a call personally. They invited me to prepare the offer for solar panels for my home, to get the discount, security discount for it. But they needed my name, last name, email address, home address, and an ID number. Another example, when you purchase something online or in store, you can sign up to mailing list. Give your email, give your name, last name, and then you get the discount. So you share this data with the companies volunteer way. You can attend, for example, in some event, sign up to the survey, fill the form, and then you get a call that you have won some exclusive prize, for example, vacation on the exotic islands. But again, somebody is calling, maybe the phone call is stolen, and needs your detailed data about your identity card, your first name, last name, and the address of your house. This is the screenshot from the order confirmation I get from the Amazon. Maybe you cannot see, but there is below this list, there is information that the password will be sent in the separate message. The invoice was encrypted. I downloaded it because I'm very curious, but not on my regular computer. I prepared a separate environment with virtual machine. The invoice was encrypted, and the password came in the second message. It was the phone message, text message. The password was real, but when I started this, I checked the packets, and the packets was trying to connect to different servers in Korea. I don't know what is it, but I'm pretty sure that Amazon doesn't have any servers in North Korea. How they get it? I don't know. Maybe they steal the data. Maybe they steal the database with ready records, or maybe they connected data from the different attacks. So even for these messages, we have to be aware and keep aware before checking some such messages. What is the typical scenario of the attacks? The cybercriminal prepares the website, which should remind the websites we use very often. Then the user connects to this website, puts some data, maybe download the file, and then infect the computer, creating the same kind of the foothold, creating the botnet, sending the data to the other computers, and then cyber criminals establish the connection and get data by command and control attacks. Some kind of this attack I can show you right now. You can go to this shortened URL. It directs to my private Google Drive. There is prepared the archive with, as you see, cybersecurity presentations. And then we will try to find what is inside. So let me prepare the environment. Start the listening server and start the web browser. There is the virtual machine prepared. As you can see, the protection is enabled. The Defender protection is enabled. It's working. There are no threats right now. As you can see, the system is also updated. Oh, let's check today. Yeah, and new update is waiting in the line. Okay, we can go to the website, download the archive, go to downloads, start it, and it's working. I leave this window to show you that this kind of the attacks can create connection to the criminal servers. They can keep them, or they can restart it to avoid being detected by, for example, UTMs or firewalls. On this page, I connect to the service, which allows to infect and perform the commands. I select the victim and send the command. For example, to start the process remotely. As you can see, I put the command up there in my control center. The malware gets it and performs the command, starting the application, the process, restarting the connection, and connecting once again. Another example, starting the services management window. As you can see, the victim gets the command and starts the part of the system which allows you to remotely manage the services. For example, to stop the backup solution service, antivirus service. So that way, I have the full control of the computer on which I downloaded, simply archive, open it, and didn't notice that this folder is not the folder itself. It's just the shortcut, which, as you can see at the explanation tip, it starts PowerShell. So that way, cyber criminals can infect the computers and perform some commands remotely to get the full control of the computers. I can perform any command from this part of the my system remotely on victim computer. For example, to use wget to get additional scripts, perform it. I can list the list of the mapped network drives, list the content, search for example, Excel files, some sensitive, confidential data. I can copy it by building Windows FTP client and get this valuable data. Let's go back to the presentation. So we know how the cyber criminals gets information, gets data. They can purchase them, they can save them. This is some screenshots from the live demo. But why users get infected? Of course, the company prepares the policies, security policies, but not every user is aware about the scale of the attacks, about the methods of the attacks, and very often also the users are curious. Maybe user finds some USB flash drive and is curious who this pen drive belongs to. I want to return it to the owner, so I connect to the computer. Maybe there are some information which allows me to find this person. Or maybe only one time, it's easier for me to use my personal flash drive instead of the company encrypted. Or maybe it's faster for me to send some data through my private cloud other than the company-owned, which is secured. And that's how the users infect the computers. They can visit dangerous website, infect the computers, maybe download some invoice look-like file to check the information about the order on which they are waiting for. And this attachment can be infected. They can run the processes in the background, even anywhere, which starts, for example, scripts executing and starts the PowerShell to infect the computer, download another scripts. So what we can do? We can prepare the cybersecurity checklist in order to make our work faster and easier, even when the critical issues will appear. So that way, we should monitor our infrastructure. We have to define critical infrastructure devices in order to keep our focus on the first place on these critical devices, to secure them, to inventory them, and to update the software and security solutions on them. Then we can get to the next step and then improve the security of other not essential computers and devices. We can also create a list on our inventory assets, not only computer equipment, components, but also some non-material assets like accesses, certificates, domains we use to keep current information and extend the validations and certificates when there is a need for it. We should also verify the compliance of workstation with our company's policies to keep the information, for example, about the antivirus on the computers. We can list the computers with antivirus missing, with other essential software which is missing. We can also monitor users, but not to check what already user does on the computer, because we know to use this information against the user with his supervisor, because this information can give us knowledge about the user behavior, daily basis, and what we can do to improve the security of our networks. And this information allows also to create additional protective umbrellas above the users to improve the security and to improve the additional security policies working within the organization. And what is very important, and very often administrators forget about it, the thing about the help desk, to create efficient and easy in use help desk which allows user to create the tickets, register issues, incidents in the way which allows administrator to get collection of it, select the first importance tickets, resolve them, and then proceed with the next ones. Also, in help desk, you should allow users to read knowledge-based articles regarding the self-fixing the problems, or even some articles which can educate the users about the cybersecurity, the newest malware, and how avoid this malware. What we can monitor, what we should monitor, the first thing is to create the clean maps to make the work with our infrastructure faster, but beautiful maps is not the purpose of this screen. In this screen, we can select which devices, we can see what devices are critical, what are working, what are not working, and that way we can prepare the list for the faster troubleshooting when even the critical issues will appear. As I said before, we should also prepare the inventory list to keep information about the inventory the mostly updated as we can. So we can check the computers, check the software installed on the computers, select the computers on which the key essential software is missing, or maybe the list of the computers with some unnecessary, unwanted, or even harmful software were detected. That way, we can also prepare the list of the outdated system to update them. We can also prepare the list of the computers to improve the hardware configuration to make the software the most update as we can. We can also create inventory list for removable media storage devices. That way, we know on which storage devices users can keep data, which storage devices can be used by users within the company, and what scope, if the user can read, write file, or even execute files from such storage devices. We should also create inventory list for the devices which are taken to the work outside the company network. For example, when user takes the laptop for the vacation, is allowed to do it, or takes the laptops for the home office jobs. We should also get information about such laptops, for example, to prepare the plans and policies to update such laptops, to keep them updated, keep the security solutions updated on them. Also, we should get the list of the public services our company uses for everyday work. For example, to create the list of the vendors, distributors, to prevent the phishing attacks when somebody can send us fake invoices. Maybe as you heard before, there was the case in the Lithuania recently that the one man prepared the invoices and sent invoices to Google and Facebook and get nearly $200 million for the services he didn't give them at all. They didn't check it. He tried his luck, he won, but he gets caught later. You should also get the list of the servers which are exposed to the internet. I guess it's very clear, because to create the policies to, for example, lock unused TCP ports. All this information can also help administrators get data which are necessary for the incident analysis. That way, you can get information about the application used by the user. If the user doesn't use the PowerShell, for example, the last usage was 3 months ago, you can block the PowerShell from being used, because this is some kind of the point for the potential attack pothole to infect the computer. You can also analyze the website activity history, printed documents. If the user prints the confidential materials in the company network, in the company office, you can be pretty sure that the unnecessary documents will be shredded out. But if the user prints in the home, you don't know what is going on with these documents later. So that way you have the list. What documents were displayed? If maybe they are they contain some classified information, and that way you have the history, you have the evidence for work of the user with the documents. You can also monitor the email correspondence, the headers of the messages, the list of the addresses for the senders, recipients, list of the attachments, which could, for example, infect the computer. You should also monitor the network traffic on the ports, on the processes, what information get through the network, what part of the data is downloaded or uploaded within the local network or within the internet. You can also monitor the operation on the local files, and storage devices. What is more, you should create the list for only, grant the access only to the authorized storage devices which are connected to the computers, and prevent users from using all other storage devices which are not authorized. Because this part of information, this part of the user work with the storage devices and data, visit the websites, is the desire or the points of the leaks of the data. What is more, the inventory is the source of knowledge about the network and this network weak points. We can find out, we can filter by dynamic way the list of the computers, for example, with antivirus software missing. And that way we can prepare the plan, prepare the policy to update this computer, reinstall the antivirus solution. Maybe it was on purpose. The installation of the antivirus software was on purpose because it interfered with other critical software, for example, database network application used by the users. And we temporarily uninstalled the software to keep the work of the company, but we forget to install it back. So that way, we can automatically check on which computers some software, for example, in this case, the antivirus software is missing, and prepare the policy to install it as fast as we can. Very often, just regular end users has the access to the processes and applications they don't need in the everyday work. As you can saw before, a moment ago, I started the application which ran in the background and starts the PowerShell process, which is not necessary in everyday work just for the regular end user. There is the repository on the GitHub which has more than right now it is more than 70 processes classified, which are not necessary in regular everyday work, but they can be potential point of the data leakage or infecting the computer. For example, MS-Build, exe, MSHT, exe, which is used in the Polina attack, W-script, C-script, which supports script execution. They are built up by the Microsoft, signed with the digital certificates. So from the point of the antivirus software, there are secure processes, but they can be used in the bad manner, bad behavior, like the PowerShell in the presentation before. And it's very important to keep in mind that always the people are the weakest link. So how we can protect them, how we can create additional security umbrellas to improve the company's policy. We can prevent users from visiting the websites they don't need in everyday work. For example, some online stores, you can find the list of the potential malware sites, create the list to blockade them. Of course, you can create such a list and synchronize them automatically on your UTMs, on your firewalls, but they work only if the user is inside the company or connected through VPN connection. If the user takes the laptop and works from the home, you are not sure that the user started established VPN connection. So if you can, install the agent, install the software which allows you to create the rules which are performed constantly when the computer is working, no matter from which network. You can also prevent users from downloading the files with some extensions to prevent users from downloading, for example, installers to not infect the computer by the mistake. Maybe user is unaware about the site is infected and it downloads the infected installer because he thinks I have the computer in my home. I know how to install the archiver software. I don't want to create a ticket and to wait the time for the support reaction. I can do it on my own. And the installer is infected, and then user infects the computer. Other side is to prevent users from downloading the files on which you have to you must have the license, for example, some movies. So in case of audits, you don't have to explain why there is audited software or audited content on which the company doesn't have the license. Other example, other rule is to prevent users from starting the application, not only particular processes like PowerShell, but also starting the applications from certain directories. For example, you can allow users to start the installed applications only from the program files folder, but the applications from the downloads, desktop, they will be locked. And of course, as I said before, preparing the policies for using the storage devices. I guess the most popular policy is to block all other storage devices and allows users only to use only certain storage devices which are detected by the serial number. So even if user will refresh the storage device, rename, connect to the other port, this flash drive, the storage device will be still blocked with the rules of the policy you configure it. And very often, a lot of the part, because this 64% of the employees confirm that their organization have the policy for the usage of these storage devices, but they are aware and they consciously ignore it because it's faster, it's more convenient for them. So as you can see, you can prepare different types of the policies for them. And the last part, as I mentioned before, is to provide the efficient and easy in use for regular users help desk. You can do it by installing the agent, which allows users to create the service tickets by email messages, by selecting the menu from the system tray by next to the clock icon. User can start the chat with the help desk staff. They can also create the tickets. They can check knowledge-based articles to try to solve some issues by themselves. In the help desk, it is good practice to prepare the forms which allows to get which allows you to get the most information you need about the issue. So you can prepare the forms with additional fields with the explanations of the information, what you waiting for from the user on the process when the user starts creating the ticket. What is more, you can also create the automation rules when they find some keywords in the subject, in description of the issue, and that automation can send the email with the link to the user, and this link opens the website with the knowledge-based articles regarding this issue. So you can make the registering and solving the issues faster for both users and also for system administrators and help desk staff. All this information you can get through monitoring. You can create SOGA-like dashboards with widgets, presents data on the external screens to keep you informed about the last activity within the network. What is more, Envision, our software Envision also can synchronize with other software, transfer the data to the, for example, other CM solutions like syslog collectors, and which can analyze the data to provide other type of the information to the administrators. I represent the Accents. We are the leader of the management software for network monitoring management and security and creating security policies. We are on the market for more than 17 years. And we have quite a big portfolio of the customers also in Bulgarian market. Our partner Nikrama can point, I guess will point more information about it. I guess some of the companies from our portfolio you already know. They are from different branches of the market, also the governmental institutions, private sector, industry. We also are part of the cybersecurity made in Europe. We get the label of the quality of the software and our services. We are European-based Polish company. All our products are prepared and developed in Poland. None part of the code is outsourced. We are GDPR compliant. We can also learn other companies about GDPR policies and other requirements. If you didn't know the Envision till now, you can also download it from our website, accents.net. You can sign up on the test.accents.net for the free version with no limit of devices to be monitored. And the Envision software has 6 functional modules. I guess our partner will mention more about the software and capabilities of the software. We give the full license to try the software, and I hope you stay with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Marcin. This was a very, very detailed technical explanation. For non-technical guys like me, it was very interesting as well to see how you try to explain it in a very simple way. So since even I understood some of that, that was a very, very good presentation. So are there people here? Продължих на английски по инерция. Има ли хора тук, които не са в сферата на киберсигурността, но не са толкова по техническата част? Има ли някой от какъв или тук се само? Окей, супер. Значи, надявам се, тази част беше ли ви полезна? Тоест, на кой му беше полезна, по-добър въпрос, да. Супер, радвам се много за това. Както споменахме няколко пъти, Accents е организаторът на събитието и можете и още повече информация да получите отвън на будката. И ако отидете заедно като двойка с другарчета си, може да имате и някакъв специален бонус. Следващият ни лектор има над 30 години опит в сферата на IT и от 4 години е в cybersecurity, като той е оторизиран партньор за България на Accents и съвсем прясно преди няколко дни компанията, която той менажира, беше наградена за най-добър партньор на Accents в целия свят. Така че моля ви за бурни аплодисменти за управителя на Nikrama, Красимир Попов.
Благодаря. Здравейте на всички. Моята презентация ще е на български език. Предполагам, ще го оцените. Само, че... да. Така. В продължение на чудесната презентация, която Марчин направи, аз ще ви разкажа за платформата Envision и за модулите, от които тя се състои. Разбира се, 10-15 минути няма да са ни достатъчни. Затова след презентацията всички от вас, които имат интерес, могат да посетят щанда на Accents и да получат повече информация или да се запишат за лична презентация. Така, платформата Envision се състои от 6 модула, като първия модул е Network, той е agentless, не се инсталират агенти. Какво ви дава този модул? В реално време сканира цялата ви мрежа и получавате информация за всичко, което се случва в тази мрежа. Достатъчно е дадено устройство да бъде включено към мрежата за съвсем кратък период от време и вече ще има запис за това устройство. Имате, разбира се, порт мапинг, ако разполагате с управляеми свичове, можете да получавате информация за портовете, дали работят, дали не работят или всякакъв статус. Така, следващия модул е Inventory. Тук нещата би ги разделил на две. Първата част – управление на не-IT активи. Envision поддържа множество стандарти, с които можете да разпечатвате QR-кодове, бар-кодове, да ги слагате на не-IT активите и с мобилно приложение под Android можете да сканирате тези активи, да ги заприхождавате на даден служител, да получавате информация за активите или пък да си правите бърза инвентаризация. Тук е момента да спомена, че платформата е преведена и на български език и директно от платформата можете да разпечатвате приемо-предавателни протоколи, да разпечатвате, да заприхождавате, ако щете, активите на служителите. Така, когато говорим за инвентори, за IT хардуер, тук нещата са автоматизирани. Envision, както ви казах, обикаля и събира информация за всичко, което се случва във вашата мрежа, за всичките ви активи и ви дава доста богата и плътна информация за свободни слотове, за памет, с номер, вид, модел на RAM памет, ако щете. Доста е плътна информацията. За софтуерните активи, отделно, че можете да получавате информация за софтуерните активи, които са налични във вашата организация, можете да правите и софтуерен одит, като в този одит ще бъдат разделени, информацията е разделена на три части. Най-отгоре се визуализират софтуерите, които са под лицензни права, в смисъл софтуерите, които се купуват. И като ги видите, нали, става ви ясно, че във вашата организация има софтуери, които се предполага, че трябва да сте си ги купили. Така, Envision не изкарва никаква информация извън вашата организация, дори може да работи и в офлайн режим, нали, като апдейтите стават с флашка. И разбира се, вие можете да управлявате всичко в Envision. Ако имате Microsoft обемно лицензиране, за пример, можете да кажете на Envision, не ми следи Microsoft, нали? Следим и другите продукти и ред други такива неща. На второ място ви показва софтуера, който вие сте разрешили да се използва в организацията. И на трето място, съответно, всички останал софтуер, който няма място при вас. Така че много лесно можете да видите какви приложения има по вашите работни станции. Можете да видите дори лицензии, които притежавате, за които плащате една торба пари, пък те не се използват. Нали, от тук да си направите някакъв сейвинг. Така, можете да правите и снапшоти, както на хардуера, така и на софтуера, и да сравнявате промените в различен интервал от време. Така, следващия модул е Users. Поведение на потребителите. Тук така по-към киберсигурността вече отиваме. Тук получавате информация за това кой служител, къде е ходил в интернет, колко време е стоял, на кои уебсайтове е стоял, кои програми е стартирал, колко време е работил с тези програми. Отделно от това Envision ви дава информация и за името на файла и разширението на файла, с което служителя е работил, трил или пък просто премествал или копирал върху флашка, да кажем, ако има такива права, разбира се. Envision също така ви следи и принтинга, като хваща както мрежовия принтинг, така и следи и спулера на работните станции, така че хваща и дори USB принтерите и можете да получавате лесно информация за целият принтинг в организацията, името на файла, което е разпечатано, каква е цената на разпечатката. Разбира се, за всичко това, което ви разказвам, можете да правите различни сечения, било то по потребител, било то по принтер или устройство, или по някакъв друг критерий. Така. Следващия модул е DataGuard. С този модул можете да правите забрани на потребителите или пък на група от потребители, зависи от това, кои потребители сте маркирали и съответно искате да им дадете такива забрани. Тук можете да забранявате определени уебсайтове, да забранявате свалянето на различни файлове или пък само на exe файлове и ред други такива подобни забрани. Следващия модул е Helpdesk. С модула Helpdesk можете да управлявате заявки, които идват от крайния потребител или пък от устройства при настъпване на някакви събития. Страхотни функционалности. Има една от функционалностите, които на мен лично много ми харесва. Има вграден Remote Desktop функционалност и когато вие получите заявка за някакъв проблем от даден служител, нали, особено ако сте голяма организация, не е нужно да вадите тефтерите и да търсите, нали, IP, кой е компютъра. Директно от заявката, с натискането на един бутон, правите ремонт сесия и помагате на потребителя. Така. Разбира се, Envision има страхотна интеграция с Microsoft и голяма част от предизвикателствата, които се появяват пред крайния потребител, вие можете да ги решавате директно през конзолата. Директно през конзолата можете да инсталирате програми, можете да деинсталирате, можете да вкарвате под лиценз, можете да си прибирате лиценз, като Envision ще ви следи свободните лицензи, които имате. Можете да стартирате програми, можете да рестартирате сервиси, да променяте регистрите на работната станция. Дори можете от Envision конзолата да създавате и нови потребители, ако искате в Windows операционната система. Така, Envision може да работи и с Microsoft активна директория, може и без. Ако имате активна директория, се наливат потребителите и креденшалите и не се занимавате вие да слагате потребителите ръчно. Така, следващия модул е Smart Time. Тук малко излизаме извън IT. Тук мениджмънта може да определи кои дейности пред компютъра на служител или група от хора са продуктивни, непродуктивни или неутрални и на тази база да определи някакви нива, под които ако падне дейността на тези служители, нали, мениджмънта да бъде уведомен. Или мениджмънта не е определил правилно критериите, или пък просто хората не работят достатъчно ефективно. Admin Center е една функционалност, може би на следващия слайд, секунда. Тук, после ще се върна на другия. Admin Center е една функционалност, която ви позволява на големи екрани в реално време да изваждате информация за всичко, което Envision събира. Като, разбира се, вие можете да си ги кастомизирате тези екрани, слагате си дашбордите, които са ви интересни и можете да следите всичко в реално време на тези екрани. С Envision можете да направите и форма на сок. Тук винаги давам за пример. Envision може да следи процесора на вашия фаервол и когато този процесор мине някакви критични нива, това може би е предпоставка за DDoS атака и в този случай Envision ще изпрати заявка до служителя, който вие сте определили да реагира при такива инциденти и вътре в заявката могат да посочат и дейностите, които той е задължен да изпълни, когато има такъв инцидент. Имате, разбира се, и автоматизирани реакции. Ако ви падне сервиса на антивирусната на някоя машина, Envision може да се опитва да я вдигне, да кажем, в рамките на половин час, ако не успее, ще изпрати нотификация на Helpdesk, че там явно трябва да се обърне лично внимание. Така. Само да се върна. Кои са предимствата на платформата? Платформата е преведена на български език, както ви казах. Можете да избирате и хибриден вариант. Често се случва. IT хората си инсталират английската версия на конзолата, но крайните потребители работят с българския интерфейс. Имате единна конзола и интеграция между модулите, така че лесно можете да получавате консолидирани справки за всичко, което ви интересува от платформата. Като казах справки се сещам, можете, пак пример, понеделник сутринта в 9 часа IT директора да получи отчет на чист български език за всички инциденти, които са се случили в организацията през изминалата седмица. Имате приятен и лесен интерфейс, това не е за подценяване, много наши клиенти го оцениха. Бързо внедряване. Внедряването е в рамките на до седмица. Общо взето е решение out of the box, базата данни е Postgre, тя е вградена в платформата, така че не е необходимо, както други продукти, да закупувате база данни, да я поддържате, ако тя нарасне и мине някакви нива. Платформата може По-скоро няколко думи за лицензирането. Лицензирането става като се закупуват агенти еднократно. Могат да се закупуват отделни модули. Агенти, минимума на агентите е 20, от които, след което може да се расте и да се надгражда. Така. Сигурно пропускам доста неща, доста е богата на функционалности платформата. Това са част от нашите клиенти. Имаме банки, имаме застрахователи, имаме общини, имаме присъствие в енергетиката и всеки месец клиентите ни стават все повече и повече. Така. Сега искам да покана при мене IT директора на Евроис, Диана Тодорова. И киберсигурност, Георги Панайотов, Евроис. Заповядайте, колеги. Ами, аз ще остана прав. Добре. Вие бяхте едни от първите, които се доверихте на платформата в България и я внедрихте. Може ли да ни кажете какво беше преди внедряването на Envision? Кои бяха вътрешните ви нужди и предизвикателства?
Да. Преди да внедриме Envision, ние ползвахме съвсем различни такива системи за поддръжка на информационните технологии, като, както казах, те бяха твърде различни и трудно съвместими. Като пример мога да дам, например, отделна тикет система, имахме отделен софтуер за инвентаризация, както и, примерно, отделно състояние за мониторинг на мрежата и такива. Също така бих искала да споделя, че ни отнемаше твърде много време за поддръжката на крайните работни устройства.
Извинете.
Тук си ти, Жоро, вече.
Да. Вътрешните нужди и предизвикателствата на IT отдела. Сега ще си позволя да кажа нещо, което не всички хора са съгласни.
Може ли само по-близо да държиш микрофона?
Да, извинете. Един IT администратор или въобще човек, който се занимава с поддръжката на IT системи, трябва да е мързелив. Това е мое мнение и ще обясня защо. Когато човек е мързелив, той е по-изобретателен и създава неща, които да работят вместо него, за да не работи само той. И тук една от нуждите, която имахме всъщност, е нещо, което да ни автоматизира ежедневните дейности. Това да се пишат едни огромни таблици, да се следи софтуер, версия на хардуера, апгрейди, неща, които отнемат страшно много време, а реално крайната им полза не е толкова голяма. И ето тук се намеси отчасти и Envision. Сега, какво се промени след внедряването? Донесъл съм си записки като човек, който не може да помни. Мога да нахвърлям съвсем набързо. Благодаря. Някои от основните неща. Подобряване в процеса на надграждане на хардуера. Значи, когато имате, както при нас, няколко стотин машини, и в един момент загубите връзката и не знаете всъщност кои са купени преди 2 години, кои са купени преди 6 месеца, кои с каква конфигурация са. Както казах, едни огромни таблици, едни сферки. Много лесно през Envision имаме възможността да извадим моментното състояние на машините и също така можем да проверим каква е тяхната утилизация или, както се казва на български, колко са натоварени. Каква част от процесора се използва, каква част от ръмта се използва и съответно да преценим доколко е необходимо закупуването на нов хардуер изцяло или е възможен само in-place upgrade на съответните машини. Също така, по идентичен начин е нещата с софтуера. Съгласете се, някои софтуери пускат версии по 2 пъти месечно, особено браузъра и така нататък. Много е трудно да знаем дали всичките инсталации на Chrome или на Mozilla са up-to-date. Дори с автоматизирани апдейти понякога отнема повече от седмица. Има си Zero Day неща, които се случват и трябва да се пачнат възможно най-бързо. Отново много лесно можем да проследим всяка една инсталация, на кои машини е направена и съответно до коя версия сме стигнали в момента. Тук Краси, той малко ме изпревари. Възможно е през Helpdesk да обслужим нашите крайни потребители буквално с сингъл клик. Тоест, отваряме тикета, виждаме какъв е проблема на end-юзера
и оттам с един клик сме вече в неговата машина и споделяме една и съща сесия. Той може да ни покаже какво точно е, нали, го възпрепятства по някакъв начин и съответно ние да му покажем как се решава проблема, ако е нещо тривиално и, нали, занапред би могло да не се случва. Проследяване на версиите го казахме. Така, имаме немалко на брой софтуер, който е написан специално за нас. И имаме няколко сервиса и няколко специфични неща, които са in-house. Сега, немалко част от продукти, които ползвахме преди това, са с някакви темплейти и нямаше как да си следим всъщност специфичен порт, ако щете наличието на специфично exe или регистри. Това нещо отпадна като проблем с Envision. Там има възможност да си направите проследяване на всичко. Тоест, няма ограничения от към порт, няма ограничения от към регистри, няма ограничения от към вид или наименование на exe файла. Дори можете 16-ично да си следите пакетите, ако сте до там навътре в нещата. GDPR Compliance, много лесно можем да проследим движението на информацията, която end-юзерите използват. Тук е много важно, защото немалка, като оператор с лични данни на немалка част от хората, документите съдържат информация, която ние трябва да знаем къде е била ползвана, кой е отворил, кой е разпечатал евентуално и дали по някакъв начин тя не е напуснала системата на Евроинс. Съединявам се. Така, и тук последното, което мога да кажа е DataGuard модула. Много ни помогна, защото имаме разпръснати локации в над 50, мисля, че офиса в страната, може би повече. 89, добре, благодаря. Актуална информация. Не навсякъде, съгласете се, физически е възможно да знаете кой използва флашка, кой използва домашния си интернет, донесъл го вкъщи, защото служебния не му е достатъчно бърз. Това са неща от ежедневието, предполагам много от вас са се сблъсквали ежедневно. Имайки възможност да контролираме всички портове на машините, всъщност можем първо да ги следим, ако желаем само, или ако желаем, можем да ги ограничаваме и менажираме и да позволяваме всъщност само работата на хардуер, който ние сме преценили, че е безопасен и не пречи на работната среда. Това е.
Добре, благодаря ти. Какво беше направено по време на внедряването и как то отговаря на регулациите и стандартите? Знаеме, че вие като застраховател трябва да отговорите на доста изисквания.
Значи по време на внедряването ние направихме пълен анализ на наличните ресурси, както и оптимизация на работните процеси. Благодарение на възможностите на съответно на софтуера Envision, разработихме съвсем нови процедури за работа, като пример мога да дам нова процедура за управление на инциденти, нова процедура за управление на заявки, на достъпи, което съответно също така промени основната ни политика за информационна сигурност. Това улесни не само IT отдел, но и всички служители, които го ползват.
Добре, и следващия ми въпрос е защо финансите и застраховането са изправени пред по-големи предизвикателства?
Цифровите технологии обслужват в значителна степен финансовия и застрахователния сектор, което всъщност задълбоча взаимните връзки между тях и това всъщност доведе до, как да кажа, ние трябва да спазваме съответно всички законови изисквания, всякакви регламенти и по принцип ние като ползватели на финансови инструменти сме привлекателна цел за кибератаки, което от своя страна ни задължава да ползваме надежни всеобхватни системи.
Добре, и е време да влеземе малко в конкретика. Кои са регулациите, наредбите и законите, които влияят върху киберпространството? Вътрешни и външни такива.
Да, външните регулации, вътрешни наредби и закони. Всъщност ние като застраховател попадаме под всякакви европейски регламенти, трябва да сме в съответствие, и насоките на ИОПА. На ИОПА са насоките само за застрахователи и пенсионни фондове, като трябва да спазваме насоката за сигурност и управление на информационно-комуникационните технологии и така сравнително новата насока за възлагане на дейности на доставчици на облачни услуги. Всякакви вътрешни наредби, които са указания спрямо тези изисквания към системите за управление И естествено, не на последно място, кодекса на застраховане трябва да се спазва. Също попадаме и в обхвата на тази наредбата за минимални изисквания за мрежова информационна сигурност, Закона за киберсигурност, естествено, и Европейския регламент по GDPR, както и Закон за защита на личните данни. Ние като застрахователно дружество всъщност приемаме и работиме с тези стандарти, които виждате на екран посочени. И не само сме ги приели, но и ги спазваме. Това са ISO 27001, система за управление на информационна сигурност, ISO 27701, което ползваме за система за защита на личните данни, ISO 31000, което е управление на риска, и естествено прилагаме добрите практики на ИТИЛ във всички наши процедури за работа.
Благодаря ти, Диана. Тук може би Жоро
да спомена някои от нещата относно ИТИЛ. Значи аз горе-долу ги нахвърлях нещата, но все пак continual improvement, т.е. постоянно подобряване на работната среда. Тук най-вече говорим за хардуер и софтуер. Както споменах, много лесно можем да следим и да преценим кога фирмата има нужда от растеж и да поръчаме предварително било то софтуер или хардуер, който да улесни работния процес, да нямаме някакъв bottleneck от към софтуер или хардуер. Changes Control много силно застъпено при нас, както инцидент менеджмента и проблем менеджмента. Всичко това ние менажираме в Helpdesk и много лесно можем да направим ревизия и да проверим какво се е случило през някакъв изминал период от време, какво сме променили по нашите, къде процедури, къде хардуер или софтуер, и не на последно място дори конфигурационните файлове по някои от сървърите, всичко се следи. Инцидентен проблем менеджмент. Имаме си ноу-хау, когато веднъж вече сме имали подобен инцидент или проблем, как точно сме се справили с него и можем, като референция да проверим назад какво точно се е случило и каква е била причината. Service Request Management и Service Desk отново менажираме през Helpdesk, като тук няма да се повтарям, имаме много лесен достъп до тикетите. IT Asset Management, отново с един клик можем да направим подробна справка и да видим състоянието на нашите асети. Тук може би трябва да добавим и не IT асета, който също мониторираме, и имаме качени в Envision немалка част от документацията също, която върви с тези асети. Monitoring and Event Management, следенето на мрежата и на състоянието на всички сървъри с опция както за нотификация, така и за автоматизация на някои от процесите. Knowledge Management също много сериозно използваме. Вътре имаме качен немалко на брой гайдове, които end-юзера може да използва, и от тях съответно да си направи така наречения self-service, т.е. да отстрани някакви по-дребни лесни проблеми, да бъдат отстранени от него сам, без да използва нашето време. И също така имаме качени гайдове за новите потребители, които тепърва започват работа с дадена програма. И на последно място Capacity and Performance Management, както казах, следим утилизация на процесори, RAM памети и свободно пространство на всички машини.
Добре, благодаря ви. Аз искам само да вметна, че колегите от Access следят всички процедури и наредби, които излизат, и когато те са приложими към киберсигурност, при възможност ги внедряват в платформата. Едно от нещата, които последно добавиха, мисля, че в края на миналата година излезе едно изискване на Европейския съюз, което съответно ние сме длъжни да покриеме. Крайните потребители да имат възможност анонимно да пускат заявки към техните менеджери при някакъв проблем. Това нещо вече е имплементирано в платформата Envision и всичките ни клиенти могат да го ползват. Още един път казвам, платформата е адски богата на възможности и в рамките на половин час е невъзможно да се покрият всички тези неща. Затова, ако имате интерес към Envision, заповядайте на нашия щанд и ще ви дадем повече информация. Благодаря ви.
Или? Грешката беше в задкормилното устройство. Аз не го бях включил. Така, сега ще имаме, след тази доста интересна презентация на продукта, който представлява Envision и това Case Study, ще имаме една кратка кафе пауза, където да се вземете набързо да се освежите. И се връщаме за финалната ни презентация днес, за която гостът ни е дошъл чак от Англия, за да сподели нещо много интересно. Така че очакваме ви обратно след... Секунда да не ви подведа. Може ли да погледна един бърз бач, за да не ви подведа? Точно след 15 минутки ви очакваме обратно за финалната ни презентация за деня, която също очаквам, че ще ви бъде много, много интересна, ако до сега това, което сте видяли, ви е харесвало. И добро напомняне! Ако все още не сте си намерили другарчето, сега е още един шанс, който да го направите и да си... Ето там. Иван Иванов търсеше какво? Камбанка! Ако някой има камбанка, Иван Иванов търси. И също и другите, потърсете си другарчето. Ще се видим след 15 минутки, т.е. сега е 1:47, точно в 2 часа започваме. ви представлява интерес да останете и до края, до последната ни презентация днес, която сме подготвили. И понеже преди малко много добре се справихте с едно предизвикателство. Всъщност преди това, има ли някой, кой се намери още сега другарчето в тази кафе пауза? Че отвън имаше хора, които активно търсеха, явно пак са си ги намерили да си останали отвън да си говорят. Супер. Добре, понеже преди малко много добре се справих с това предизвикателство, където да покажем на хората отвън, че е станало нещо интересно. И сега имаме последният лектор, който има най-тежката задача от всички, която е да стои между вас и храната. Знам, че вече сме така напред във времето и огладняваме. Може ли да му помогнем, като още веднъж направим това упражнение преди малко? Помните ли, където пляскаме, като кажа 1, 2, 3, всички пляскаме супер ентусиазирано, за да покажем, че нещо много ентусиазирано се случва, да може така да подгреем и за него също и да вкараме и още хора отвън. Може ли да го направим това? Добре. Идеално, благодаря ви. Това чак ме ме хвана неподготвено. Аз щях да броя до 3. Вие веднага бяхте готови. Браво, идеално. Супер енергия. Това е перфектно, защото последният ни лектор е дошъл при нас чак от Англия. Е пътувал до тук специално за днешния ден, за да сподели полезни знания, като той е бил търговски директор и изпълнителен директор на редица високотехнологични софтуерни компании през годините, като е работил по целия свят. В момента той е част от компанията Comforte, която има над 20 години опит в сигурността на данните и защитата на истински критичните системи. И под неговото ръководство той отскоро е търговски директор за EMEA, а през последните 7 години, откакто е част от компанията, благодарение на усилията, които влага той и екипът му, са постигнали резултат от всяка година рекорден ръст от 22% ежегоден през последните 7 години. Така че със сигурност знае какво да сподели за киберсигурността. Моля за бурни аплодисменти за нашия гост Джон Байкрофт. You are welcome.
The pretend applause was not louder than the real applause, but anyway, hi, good afternoon everybody. Thank you, Javor. He's made a big build up there, and I'm not sure that I will live up to that billing, but I will do my best. Thank you very much. I must say, we attend a lot of conferences on the subject of data security, and it's worth saying that the quality of the discussions today has been well above what we often hear, where there's a lot of blah blah and not an awful lot of content. And it's been very impressive to hear the content today, and it's also been very impressive to feel the energy which Javor has put into the various sessions. I think that's exceptional. Thank you very much. I have an awful lot to cover in 30 minutes, and so I am going to talk very, very fast. Actually, that was just for the benefit of our simultaneous translators, just to get them going. I've promised that I will speak at a reasonable speed, but seriously, there is an awful lot of material to cover. So if I raise any questions in your mind, there will be time for questions at the end, but we do have a standout there. We are supported by our local partner, Nikrama, we are very proud to stand beside here in Bulgaria. And I also have my colleagues with me. There are 5 of us in total. Miguel, from a technical perspective. Papi, who many of you know, speaks Bulgarian, which is, well, she tells us she speaks Bulgarian. You may well be a better judge than we can be. We have Brian, who is responsible for our management of the partner here and ensuring that everything that's required in Bulgaria is provided. And we also have Andrea, a new colleague who joined us just last week, who will also be working with us in the Bulgarian market. So, without further ado, it's been quite depressing up until now. We've heard of lots of problems. We've heard of data breaches. We've heard of data being stolen on a daily basis. We have heard of organizations here in Bulgaria paying ransom demands on a daily basis. And as one of my colleagues pointed out to me earlier, it would be far cheaper to invest in our software than pay these ransomware demands. So that's the objective this afternoon, is to open up the possibility that we can engage and we can help to defend against these attacks. Because that's what we do. It is 100% our whole reason for being, our whole raison d'etre, as you probably say here in Bulgaria. We are about data-centric security. That is all we do every day, 24 hours a day. We protect our clients' data. Before I go into the specifics of the solution, I should probably talk briefly about the history of Comforte. Not a lot on Comforte, but we've been around now for nearly 30 years. And in all of that time, we have been protecting our clients' data. Now, 30 years ago, we didn't have the state-of-the-art solutions that we have today based upon tokenization, security tokenization, which is what I will talk about. 30 years ago, we were very much based around encryption, and we protected the systems by encryption. We have a significant and impressive worldwide customer base of organizations who base their system security on encryption solutions which we provide. Here in Bulgaria, we have a few customers, but we would like more. But basically, we have a long history, as I said, best part of 30 years, protecting these organizations through encryption. Blue chip clients. I come from the UK. In the UK, we have people like Lloyds Bank, Barclays, Barclaycard, HSBC, National Westminster, RBS, WorldPay, Worldline, JP Morgan Chase. These are all excellent names in isolation, but altogether it demonstrates how powerful or how successful Comforte has been in protecting our client's system. Now, if we go back about 10 years, when everything in the garden was rosy and encryption did a great job, things started to go a little bit awry. And we started to get requests from our customers that basically said, help. We are being attacked, as we never have been attacked before, by outside agents trying to get at our data. And we said, okay, well, we know data security, so we'll take a look at this. And I emphasize that this was 10 years ago. But not a lot has changed in the last 10 years, except perhaps that the problem has got worse. The number of attacks on our customers' data is higher than it has ever been. But more concernedly, the sophistication of those attacks is higher than it's ever been. Now, we number amongst our customers businesses, government, banks, retail organizations, and hospitals. And we quickly concluded that so sophisticated are these attacks, and so numerous are these attacks, that actually it's beyond commercial reality to expect a business, a bank, a retailer, let alone a hospital, to defend against these attacks. It is impossible. Organizations don't have the resources, the money, the time. At the end of the day, they have a business to run. And you can't run a business all the time looking behind you to see what's happening. So, we looked at this problem, and I again emphasize this was 10 years ago. We looked at this problem and we said, okay, we believe it is impossible to stop these attacks. So let's look at the problem a different way, and let's create an environment where, when the attacks are successful, as we believe they will be, whether it's foreign hostile governments, whether it's organized crime, whether it's individuals working alone, whoever it is, we believe they will be successful. So when they are successful at getting our customers' data, let's create an environment where the data they obtain is worthless to them. It's useless. It has no value. The reason I'm standing before you today is because we were successful, we are successful, and we have been selling something that we call our secure DPS tokenization platform for over 8 years now. We commenced with some of the largest companies in the world. Some of our early adopter customers were the likes of Visa International, MasterCard. Some of the large banks, Toronto Dominion Bank in Canada, were an early adopter. But people like Barclays Bank, here in Central Europe, Mercury Processing in Croatia, Bankcard in Slovenia, quite a few organizations who took data seriously very early on. Why do they take data seriously very early on? Very often it is as a result, as we've heard here today, of real-life attacks that are happening all the time. So we started with these big companies and we were very successful. What's been interesting is more and more we work with smaller companies as more and more organizations take data protection seriously. So we have customers using our software in live use now for 8 years or more, and they are very good references. They are very happy. They are very pleased with what we do. We also have worked with academia, with universities and centers of cryptology excellence to try and maintain our software at the forefront of security defense. So in America, for example, we work with the ANSI X9 Standards Committee, who is responsible for their data security. They've evaluated our software extensively, they approve it, and they now recommend it in America as the go-to solution for data-centric security. In Europe, we work in the UK with the generally acknowledged Centre of Cryptology Excellence in the UK is the University of London Royal Holloway College. And they too have tested our product extensively and they too approve it. And we're always looking for further contact with academia, with centers of cryptology excellence, and through our partner Nikrama, with Kresimir and his colleagues, we are talking to organizations within Bulgaria to talk about developing and making sure that, again, we have the credibility that makes sense in this marketplace. So we have great customers, we have great references from the world of academia, and we also, the marketing department, are more pleased with this than I have to admit I am, but we keep winning security awards more and more. Cybersecurity Excellence Awards, PCI, GDPR, all these kind of protection awards. So, what is it that we do? Basically, as I said, we protect our clients' data. The type of data that we protect is whatever our clients want us to protect in the structured and semi-structured area. We have development projects underway to protect totally unstructured data, but that still renders some challenges. So we are talking about structured and semi-structured data primarily. And we protect 5 types of data. Our history was very much orientated around banking predominantly and people like that, so we protect PCI DSS data. Very, very fundamental, very basic, masking and ensuring that the primary account number of a credit card number, of a debit card number, etc., never appears in the clear. Now, most organizations have a tick in that box. It's pretty much mundane now, it's handled, but we do still do it. The biggest area that we protect is personally identifiable information. So we're talking here about names, addresses, dates of birth, all the things which the hostile agents are trying to get hold of. As we said earlier, was it $2, €2 for an ING bank data record, and so on and so forth. And interestingly enough, the cost of a platinum gold card American Express pre-COVID was about $80. It is now about $6 because of the availability of data. So we're seeing that data is just out there and it's available. So our biggest area is protecting personally identifiable information. Another interesting fact, if we go back 4 years, most organizations who came to us were interested in ensuring they had GDPR compliance. That was the main driver. That has now changed. The main driver is a real-world desire to protect data against data breaches. The third area that we protect is commercial in confidence information. So here we're talking about price lists, margins, location of sensitive equipment, telephone masts, all these kind of things. We also work with the utility companies, because with smart metering, there are smart networks, and if the bad guys hack into a smart network, they will be able to tell that none of you are currently at home, and so they can burglarize your house while you're out. Similarly, they can identify where vulnerable people live based upon their electricity usage in the home. So we're protecting those kind of networks. We also protect government and quasi-government organizations with secret and above secret information, so-called top secret information. So, what do? Basically, the challenges faced by our customers in terms of protecting their data has now been turned into problems solved. We prevent, absolutely prevent, data intrusions from becoming data breaches. We have achieved our first objective. With our system in place, the data which is held by our customers is meaningless, it's worthless to a non-authorized person trying to access it. If they hack the database, they don't even know what the information is, they can't use it. So powerful is the solution that we take our customers out of GDPR reporting requirements. So if one of our customers is hacked, if their data is stolen, it is no longer a notifiable event to the GDPR authorities. No bad publicity, no crisis meetings, no resignations or sackings, no fall of share price. All these things in our customer world don't exist. Our customers simply isolate the vulnerability, they find out what caused the problem, they close that loophole, and they move on in relative anonymity. Further to external attacks, one of the biggest problems at the moment are insider attacks. Insider attacks on data from people who work within the organization or have access from within or allied organizations to the data. Now, these can be for malicious purposes, it can be for financial gain, or it can just be by accident. So we minimize the damage that is done by internal leaks. We simplify regulatory compliance, so we take large areas, as I've said, of GDPR outside the scope of GDPR audit. We take large areas of PCI DSS outside the scope of audit. And also, we automate software delivery for data security. So let me dig a little bit deeper into how we do this. We have two core principles. We protect our clients' data at the very earliest opportunity, and we only deprotect or unprotect that data when absolutely necessary. So, how does that work? Well, basically, the earliest opportunity is generally the moment that the data is being entered into your systems or it arrives into your organization. In both of those instances, the data is held in data fields. So here we have an example, don't know if he's known to you, a guy called Rumey Radev. We have his account number in the clear. We have his date of birth. He was born on the 18th of June, 1963. It's not really his passport number, I made that bit up. His email address and his place of birth. So basically, as we are entering this information into your systems, normally it would be written to the database. In our environment, what happens is you make a call to what we call our data tokenization engine. Now, our data tokenization engine is a very slim, low-profile, in-memory resident system. It sits in about 1 gigabyte of software, and it's deployed in your own network, or in the cloud, or in a combination of both, and it's capable of being replicated and duplicated for throughput and performance purposes. So we make a call to the data tokenization engine just before we write to the database. The data tokenization engine consists of two elements: a data tokenization algorithm, which is the core of our intellectual property, and a table of randomized values. And it's the action of the algorithm in conjunction with the randomized value, which, when applied to the data string in the clear, replaces the confidential data with a data token, as we see here. So the data that we want to protect has now been completely overwritten, and the confidential data no longer exists. So we're not masking, we're not obfuscating, we are not putting the in the clear information into some highly secure database. We don't believe there is such a thing as a highly secure database. If there's a database, it can be located, it's a vulnerability, it can be compromised. So a big mental problem for a lot of our customers early on is, you mean my data doesn't exist? No, it's gone completely. It is not retained. We have replaced the original data with these tokenized values, which, as you can see, if you were to hack into the database and pick up that second layer of information there, not only can you not read it, but actually in a data file format, you don't even know what information you have. Within the email address, we've kept the @ sign because a lot of our customers like to keep that as a reference that that's an email address, but not even that is necessary. The data is absolutely unintelligible. Big tick in the box. The data is 100% safe from external hack because, quite simply, the data does not exist anymore. All that exists are the tokenized values. So, hang on, you've taken my data, you've thrown it away, and you've written some other stuff to our database. How on earth does that work? A couple of important points. The first point is that we respect the original field size of the original data. So if a field was a 6-digit numeric field, it still is. If it was a 30-character alphanumeric field, it still is. And so the tokenized data fits into the existing infrastructure of the existing systems. So we don't need to recompile any programs, we don't need to change any infrastructure. In theory, at least, the data can now flow around your organization as if it were the original data. We don't need to change anything. However, it would probably hit some speed bumps along the way. Perhaps it needs to be validated. Perhaps it needs to be processed. And now we start to peel back the real benefits of tokenization. We respect the referential integrity of the original data. I don't know how that translates. The referential integrity. So we're looking at the original data, and we are retaining the ability to make reference to it. I've just noticed not many of you actually got earphones on, so it's English. Okay, cool. So we respect the referential integrity of the original data. So by that, what we mean is, if, for instance, it is a 6-digit field, maybe a date of birth, maybe Rume Radev's date of birth, and we have to validate that the first 2 digits are between 1 and 31, even in its tokenized form, the data will pass that test. Something even more complicated, maybe a credit card number or a debit card number. Typically, it's a 16-digit number, the last digit of which is a modulus weighted 10 check digit to ensure the validity of the whole number. Even in its tokenized form, the data can pass those validation checks. So what we're starting to see is that we can use the data in its tokenized form. And we can do much more. We can write it to tables. We can write it to databases. We can extract it. We can even sort the data on its original clear values without taking it out of its tokenized form. We can do business processes. We can do calculations. We can do a whole host of applications without taking the data out of its tokenized form. So now we're starting to see some of the real advantages over encryption. Because typically with encryption, we encrypt the data at rest, but in order to use it, we need to de-encrypt it, move it in the clear, process it in the clear, move it back in the clear, and re-encrypt it. With tokenization, the data is protected at rest, it's transmitted in tokenized form, it's processed in tokenized form, it's returned in tokenized form, and it's written away in tokenized form. So as you can see, the security across the range is much stronger. And we can point to some significant data breaches, particularly in the cloud, things like SolarWinds and others, where the data was compromised in motion when it wasn't protected or wasn't fully protected. So, advantages of tokenization over encryption, very much to do with the physical security of the data in use. Also, we don't have the challenges of encryption keys to issue and to manage. I gave you an encryption key 3 months ago, but are you still the same person that we thought you were? Have you given it to somebody else? Has it been compromised? How do we manage all that? None of that exists with tokenization. Performance is enhanced as well. With encryption, as we can see, you have to de-encrypt, move it, process it, move it back, re-encrypt it. With tokenization, we don't have those de-tokenization and tokenization actions for a lot of the transactions, for a lot of the processes, for a lot of the business. We process about 90% of our customers' business is done with the data remaining in its tokenized form. But of course, there are instances where the data needs to be in the clear for the individuals within the organization to see it. So what do we do there? Well, basically, here we see an example where we have Radef Rume's data record being entered into the computer, and that is written away to the database in its tokenized form by the intercept and processing of the data tokenization engine. Once the data is in the database, as I've said, it's fully protected. If that database is hacked, the data is safe. Nobody knows what it is. However, to use the data, as I've said, some people need to see it in the clear. We apply a policy of zero trust to the data. So whoever needs to see it is validated and defined ahead of time. But here we see a couple of examples. Perhaps a telephone operator in the business, perhaps in a bank, could be anywhere. Mr. Rume rings up, he says, my name is Radef. The last 5 digits of my account number are 47658. I would have expected to see my salary in the bank yesterday and it's not there. Can you help me? The telephone operator can ascertain that they're talking to the right person and they can go away to the business system and find the solution. They can come back and say, Radef, I'm ever so sorry, the data missed the cutoff yesterday, but it's gone in this morning, so you should see it today. So the business can be done, the business can be transacted, but the person answering the phone has only seen the absolute minimum amount of personally identifiable information. In this instance, Christian name and account number. Now, there are other job functions within an organization where much more data is required in order for the person to do their job. And here we have an example of a fraud analyst, but there are lots of jobs. A case in point at the moment in the United Kingdom was a data auditor, a financial data auditor in one of our national supermarket chains, Morrison's supermarkets. He decided to publish the entire employee database of Morrison's to the internet. 100,000 names on the internet. He's now in prison. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison. But it did not help Morrison's, who were faced with millions of pounds worth of GDPR fines, and they were taken to court, not unnaturally, by their employees, many of whom had suffered real financial loss as a result of credit cards being taken out in their name, bank accounts opened, etc. So, with our system in place, I've explained how we approach the data with zero trust, we minimize the data that the person needs to see, but in the case where somebody naturally needs necessarily to see a lot of data, what we do is monitor the normal business usage. And so even somebody like a data auditor or a chief executive officer or somebody who has a very high level of password access, big security, very senior, we also monitor the usage. So we limit, based upon what our customers dictate, we limit them to seeing 1 record at a time, or 5, or 10, or 20. It doesn't really matter. The point is, it's not 100,000. And so the damage that can be done by insiders is very much minimized. And we control the data in this way. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what we do on the data protection side. There are some other benefits, because as we've locked down the data on the database, we can open the data up for increased usage. There are increasingly a lot of people whose whole job function is to do with squeezing the maximum amount of value out of the data that we hold. Data analysts, underwriters, marketeers, they need to get at the data to do their modeling, and very often they are prevented, because to allow them access to that data would open up too much vulnerable information. Well, with our system in place, those data analysts, those marketeers can have absolute access at a granular level to all the data. They can do their projections, their analyses, etc., and we are confident that the data is not compromised. There are other benefits as well, which I can't go into for time, but come and talk to us if you're interested in exploring further. Now, we are not the largest company in the world. As Yavor said at the beginning, we have grown and are continuing to grow significantly, but we are still not a Microsoft, we're not an Amazon, we're not a Google. And so we work with a number of different organizations, people like Forrester, Coppinger Cole, Gartner, and others, who are all very much coming on board to the benefits and the strengths of data tokenization. Forrester make the point that data security and privacy is a driver of resilience, revenue, and growth. And by what they mean by that, they go on to talk about the number of organizations who have actually gone bust. They've gone out of business as a direct result of a data breach. There's lots in America, there are some in Europe. We don't seem to talk about it as much as the Americans do, but there are lots of examples out there. Morrison's, the UK supermarket that I mentioned, their financial position was reduced to such an extent that they were subject before Christmas last year to a hostile takeover bid from an American-backed venture capital company. And basically they lost the fight. So they were taken over by American VCs. All the management has gone, it's all changed. Although the supermarket remains, behind the scenes, everybody's lost their jobs at the executive level. Now, Gartner go even further. They talk about the growth in data generation rendering current data security methods obsolete. And we've talked today a lot about different security methods. I'm afraid that we are not a fan of many of the protections which organizations put in place. Gartner make the point that the way in which security has grown over the years, it's very piecemeal. So we started with antivirus, perhaps. We had data encryption at rest. We've got perimeter protection. We've got intrusion detection. We've got SIEM. We've got all these different solutions. But actually, you could probably invest in 100 of those solutions, and the determined outsider or the knowledgeable insider will find a 101st way of getting in. And that's the challenge. Now, that was a challenge when we were all on premise, and we knew who usually was in our data center and what were they doing and were they allowed to be there. Now, as we move to the cloud, this problem just explodes. Because as we all know, it's not really a cloud, it's somebody else's data server somewhere else in the world. And none of the cloud suppliers routinely protect the data in motion and in use. And even at rest, some of the protections leave a lot to be desired. Now, if you talk to the main cloud suppliers, you talk to Amazon, talk to Google, they make no apology. They see their function as the security of the cloud, not the data in the cloud. Data in the cloud remains the responsibility of the user, the owner. Now, we see and talk to a lot of organizations who either don't know that or don't appreciate the implications of that. So if we go back to Gartner, what do they say? Basically, if we were starting afresh with a clean sheet of paper, what would we do? And the answer, we think, is very simple. We would protect the data itself, because that's what every bad actor is trying to get at. That's what they're trying to access. And that's fundamentally what we do. I am running out of time. What I've talked about there is our Secure DPS Enterprise Protection Suite. As I said, we've been selling it now very successfully for 8 years. We're very interested. We are talking to a number of businesses in Bulgaria, and we are optimistic that we'll be getting customers here very soon. It is an area of great interest, not just in Bulgaria, but all over the place. In Bulgaria, there seems to be a lot of publicity, open publicity, about some of the breaches that have taken place. The national tax authorities, Sofia municipality, and others, it's well known. In some other markets, it's not so well known. There's more secrecy around it. When we started selling our solution, we quickly discovered there was a problem. And the problem was, when we started to deploy to protect our customers' information, we discovered that a lot of our customers don't actually know where their confidential data is. Now, it might seem irresponsible, but I'm sure we're all worldly wise. We've got archives, we've got takeovers, we've got acquisitions. We've basically lost where is the data. And so what we've done is bring to market a sister product called Secure DPS Discover and Classify. And this pretty much does exactly what it says on the tin. It discovers the data and it classifies it. And it does it in two primary ways. It does a kind of line sniffing technology. So with your permission, we plug into your communication network. And as the data passes by, we can say, aha, here is a piece of personally identifiable information. It's going from location A to location B, so we know it's in those two locations. We pull it into a virtual repository and start to build a picture of where the data is held. We augment that with a spider crawl type technology where we go from system to system, database to database, and we locate the personally identifiable information. And again, we pull that into a virtual repository and build up a picture. And we can do that for structured files, for unstructured files, and in known and, very importantly, unknown locations. And over a beer or a wine, we can discuss, maybe in semi-confidence, some of the places where we have found data which should make your toes curl. So, very, very successful deployment of Secure Discover and Classify. We bring the information into this virtual repository. From that, we can build an inventory that says this is what we hold. And from that, we can define a policy that says, okay, these are the people who need access to that information in this way. So that's a great precursor to defining and deploying Secure DPS Enterprise, or it's a good exercise in its own right. And finally, the third product that we have up there, Secure DPS Connect, is a fast-track enabler for when we are deploying in the cloud. We have within Secure DPS Connect about 200 of the most common interfaces, file formats, for 200 of the most popular commercial off-the-shelf software packages. So we're talking about Office 365, SAP, Salesforce, Oracle, ServiceNow. All these packages which are deployed in the cloud, we know ahead of time from a standard implementation point of view where the data is. So we can quickly protect that data in the cloud. So that's pretty much what we do. It's a massive growth area. It's growing rapidly. Again, back to Gartner. They are saying that by 2024, nearly 30% of enterprises will have adopted a data security platform approach. And 2024 is only about 15 months away, which is a bit scary. So the question really is, how does that resonate here in Bulgaria? And what can we do to help you protect your data from all these people that we've heard today are trying to get access to it? Thank you very much for your time. Hope that was interesting. I tried to present a solution to all the problems that you're experiencing. And if you would like to discuss more, please come to the stand or talk to any of my colleagues, as I mentioned earlier. Thanks, Svetlin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John. So, did John live up to the hype? Is that the paid audience? No, I think he did a really good job. Did anyone think he did a good job with what they're presenting? Personally, had anyone heard about data masking before?
It's not data masking. Were you listening?
He misled me.
Okay. Yes, it's more than data masking. That, again, is the data masking. The data is still there. It's just masked. We have thrown away the original data. Sorry to correct.
That's why you're the expert. So, for me personally, this was a new way of seeing these things, and it was very, very interesting to hear that there is such a solution. И продължавам да говоря на английски по инерция от преди малко. So I'm going to switch to Bulgarian. С това днешният ден приключи и преди да завършим, искам да поканя на сцената нашите организатори от Nikrama да заповядат и от Accents. Can I have the organizers from Accents or from Nikrama join us on stage? So these are the people who we have to thank. Извинявам се, приключвам на български, на английски през цялото време. Това са хората, на които имаме да благодарим за това, което направиха за днес, да съберат всички тези експерти, които да споделят опит и знания в различни cybersecurity решения, които имаме, както и да обсъдим в дискусионния панел всички тези неща. Това доста време и усилия хвърлиха хората, за да може да бъде възможно. Така че може ли още един път едни аплодисменти за тях? And Robert, do you have something to say?
Yes. Hello, my name is Robert. I'm representing Access. Together with all my colleagues, this is Greg. He is the CEO of our organizations, and actually, it's not thank you for us, it's thank you to you that you came and spent the time with us the whole day and share your knowledge, share your experiences, and we are willing to do more. So we stay in touch. We hope to engage in more activities like that and share the ideas, share the knowledge, expertise. You are professionals in your organizations. If you would like to cooperate, be in touch with us, feel free to go. But thank you very much for being with us and sharing the time. So thank you once again to you. And at the very end, I would like to thank you, Javor, and please big applause for him. He's a great host.
Thank you.
And what's more, our partners, Krasimir, you can always talk with him in Bulgarian. Yeah, I know you will appreciate that, so here's a good contact for us. Thank you for our all partners, Cybersecurity Talks, European Cybersecurity Organizations, and Bulgarian Cybersecurity Organization, and Comforte. Thank you for coming and joining us on this project. So thank you guys for all. And I hope you have some time also to speak with us now after the event for a small lunch, so feel invited. Javor, you have also some specific...
I have one final thing to say before we wrap it up. There are some more awesome gifts, so if you... I'll switch to Bulgarian for a sec.
Okay.
Има още готини подаръци, супер готини чаши, тениски и още няколко готини неща, които са останали и ще се радваме да отидете да си ги вземете. Няма смисъл да се връщате обратно в почта, да се направим специално за вас, за да ги получите за това като благодарност, за това, че сте отделили от времето и енергията, сте се присъедините към нас днес. Така че заповядайте на щанда на Access да си вземете още от тези готини подаръци, които са останали и който има желание и възможност, време да обсъди още с тях или да направи един бърз обяд тук, с който има интерес от малко допълнителен нетворкинг. С това, I think do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just we want to share that we are active from Mexico to Philippines, we are in Europe, but here in Bulgaria we really feel like home, so thank you for that also again.
Благодаря ви, че бяхме заедно. И ми подсказват, ако някой е с слушалки за симултантен превод, да припомня, да ви помоля да ги върнем слушалките там, откъдето сте ги взели, да не забравим, за да може да ги върнем на колегите от организаторите. Благодаря ви и хубав следобед на всички. До следващия път.
CyberSec date is finished. Thank you very much.